I declare this meeting open at what time? My watch doesn't go on. 7:21. 2. Thank you. Could we all stand for the national anthem, please?
Australians, all let us rejoice, for we are one and free. We've golden soil and wealth for toil, our home is girt by sea. Our land abounds in nature's gifts, all beauty rich and rare. In history's page let every stage advance Australia fair. In joyful strains that let us sing, advance Australia fair. Beneath the radiance of the cross we'll toil with hearts and hands to make this Commonwealth of ours renowned of all the lands. For those who've come across the seas with boundless plains to share, with courage let us all combine to advance Australia fair. In joyful strains that let us sing, advance Australia fair.
We could have prayer to be delivered by Councillor Green.
Dear Lord, as we gather tonight for this council meeting, we take the opportunity to reflect on those throughout the world who are suffering. In particular, we note the horrific circumstance in Ukraine and those citizens who are bearing enormous cost. Closer to home, we recognise those who are in the unfortunate circumstance tonight, not knowing whether their homes will be inundated with floodwaters, and specifically we note those in southeast Queensland and the northern New South Wales Rivers area. We also, of course, recognise those who are still suffering from COVID, not only in Australia, but throughout the world. In recognising those who are suffering, we also thank you, Lord, for the gifts that we in this community are so fortunate to benefit from. It is as we think of those who are suffering that we should recognise how fortunate we are. We also note tonight that we'll remember those who have passed since our last meeting. We also remember those who are struggling in their own homes. But we thank you, Lord, for the gifts we have to face these challenges. In Christ our Lord. Amen.
Thank you, Councillor Green. I take this opportunity to acknowledge, to indicate the acknowledgement of country. The Council acknowledges the traditional custodians of the land on which the meeting is being held as that of the Bidjigal people of the Eora Nations, and we recognise their elders past and present. Thank you, councillors. Now, could we have any apologies? Are there any apologies?
No apologies, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Now, the staff and public are reminded that this meeting is being recorded for minute-taking purposes, and it is also being webcast live on the council's website. This recording will be made available on council's website. Councillors, and people looking in on this webcast, the order of business is as shown in the agenda. Council's Code of Meeting Practice prohibits the electronic recording of meetings without the express permission of council. To the General Manager, Ms. Connolly, have you received any disclosures? And could you please, could you please
Yes,
read them out? Thank you.
Yes, we have, Mr. Mayor. We have a disclosure from Councillor Marnie for item QWN 022-22. The question with notice on Glen Lee, a non-significant non-pecuniary disclosure. Councillor Peter Marnie again for the report of the Community and Culture Committee CON 005-22, Georges River Place names and proposals. Non-significant non-pecuniary. Councillor Christina Jamieson, QWN 022-22, Ada Baronia Parade Glen Lee. Non-significant non-pecuniary. Deputy Mayor, Councillor Catherine Lansbury for CON 002-22, report of the Community and Culture Committee. The Community Property Report, non-significant non-pecuniary. Councillor Kevin Green, AWS 003-22, report of Assets Committee, construction of new players pavilion at Hurstville Oval, significant non-pecuniary. Are there any other disclosures, councillors? I understand Councillor Bork has one.
Yes, and I've sent it through now, and that's just on the Merrill Minute 003-22, a non-significant non-pecuniary, because I live near the Beverley Park Golf Course, which is where that event is taking place.
Thank you. Are there any other disclosures, councillors? Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Public participation.
Thank you, Ms. Connolly. There are 10 speakers registered for tonight's meeting. I would remind the speakers that speakers have 3 minutes, a 3-minute time limit. Speakers are subject to the provisions of Council's Code of Conduct when addressing the meeting. The first sound you hear indicates that you have 1 minute remaining. At the second sound, please conclude your comments. We do have a very full agenda tonight, so I suggest that the speakers do round off at that after the first sound. Thank you. The first speaker, I think, Ms. Connolly, I think is David Johns OBO.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. The first speaker, staff will read the submission, is from the President of Cogra RSL Sub-Branch in relation to COM 005-22. Thank you, Roxanne.
Thank you, Ms. Connolly. This is a submission from David Jones. Dear Mayor and Councillors, Cogra RSL Sub-Branch strongly supports the name Arthur Hardiman Reserve for the former Oatley Bowling Club site at the dedicated public reserve in Oatley. Arthur Hardiman was a well-known Oatley resident and contributor to the community. He served in World War II with the RAAF, enlisting in January 1941, aged 21. After training as a mechanic, he progressed to an instrument maker with the rank leading aircraftsman. Until late 1943, his war service was in Australia with No. 23 Squadron. In 1944 to 45, he saw service overseas in Lae, Papua New Guinea, Morotai, Indonesia, and Labuan, Malaysia. Arthur married in 1944 and was discharged from the RAAF in 1946 with the rank of corporal. In civilian life, Arthur went on to raise significant funds for community groups in Cogra and Oatley, such as the Red Cross and the Heart Foundation. He was elected to Cogra Council in 1956 and served 9 consecutive terms, once as mayor, and in 2003 he was awarded the Centenary Medal for service to local government. The proposed name addresses Council's place naming priority to acknowledge historically significant people and Council's resolution to honour Australians who have served during war. The Cogra RSL sub-branch calls on the Council to adopt the name for the new reserve, as it is a fitting tribute that recognises Corporal Hardiman's service to his country and the more than 50 years of service to his local community. The RSL requests that this letter be registered as a request to speak and read to all councillors during the public forum at the council meeting on 28 February 2022. Yours sincerely.
Thank you, Ms. Thornton. The next person speaking to us is Bruce Bennett. He will be speaking to us remotely, and it's on question on notice 00622, the status of the draft Mortdale Town Centre Master Plan and the draft Beverly Hills Town Centre Master Plan. Mr. Bennett.
Mr. Bennett, are you there? Just one moment, Mr. Mayor.
Could we then go to the next speaker, and while you're trying to get Mr. Bennett?
Mr. Mayor, can I suggest that we read the other submission that staff will be reading to the meeting while we sort out the technical issues? That's okay with you, Mr. Mayor?
Okay, Ms. Thornton.
Thank you. So this submission is on behalf of a number of RSL sub-branch members, Mr. John Delaney, President Mortdale RSL sub-branch, Mr. Mark Howell, President Oatley RSL sub-branch, and Mr. John Hoban, President Penshurst RSL sub-branch, and is also in relation to the place naming report. Councillors, as you are aware, each of our sub-branches made independent submissions during the consultation period for the proposed Arthur Hardiman Park at Oatley. This follow-up is an opportunity to provide a consolidation of our thoughts and again note our support for this wonderful proposal. Arthur Hardiman was a World War II veteran, having served in the RAAF. At the conclusion of the war, he returned to civilian life and, like so many of his contemporaries, continued to serve his community. In Arthur's case, that service was outstanding. Arthur and his wife, Faye, moved to Oatley in early 1950s and quickly established themselves in their local community. Arthur loved Oatley and was still living there at the time of his passing, now 10 years ago. It is well known from the mid-1950s until the early 1980s, Arthur was an elected alderman on Kogarah Council. We understand he also took on the roles of mayor and deputy mayor. While the years of service alone are testament to Arthur's energy and dedication, council records will undoubtedly provide greater detail. As well as his service on council, Arthur was well known for his efforts on behalf of Red Cross and Freedom from Hunger appeals. For many years, chairing the local committees and organising the volunteer collectors. Our Oatley members are also aware of his significant involvement with Oatley Uniting Church in senior leadership positions. In Penshurst, Arthur was a well-known businessman operating a jewellery store and, of course, leading the Penshurst Chamber of Commerce, all in a voluntary capacity. We are very grateful to Georges River Council for taking the opportunity to recognise a World War II serviceman. We are particularly pleased that your criteria for naming council assets includes veterans and, in this instance, Arthur Hardiman. While honouring Arthur and his family, it also brings attention to all who have given service. Our sincerest congratulations on this decision. Kind regards.
Thank you, Ms. Thornton. Now we'll go back to, is Bruce Bennett available? Not you? Okay. Yeah, yeah, I think it's a good idea.
Mr. Bennett,
hello,
are you
Bruce
online? Mr. Bennett?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Go
Yes.
ahead, Mr. Bennett, please.
Mayor Katras, councillors, with regards to question QWN 00622, residents living in the affected area are concerned that the Mortdale Master Plan will be presented to council without first being exhibited to the public. On the basis of feedback already provided, There is an expectation of drastic changes to the initial draft, and the local community is anxiously waiting to see if these have been addressed in the amended Mortdale Master Plan. Council's website stated that submissions closed on the 21st September 2021, and there was an understanding that these submissions will be included in a revised draft for further community consultation. During the COVID pandemic, significant changes to the Mortdale Master Plan were presented to Council to improve the public health and wellbeing of local residents. These included retaining the existing detached houses to meet the needs of people working from home, at least part of the time. Many council staff know the challenge of working from home in a small apartment. Other suggestions were including the council-owned car park and former Masonic Hall site to create a European-style town square where people could meet, share a meal or a drink, watch live entertainment, hold night markets. Despite the development of COVID vaccines, epidemiologists say more outdoor dining options are needed to protect our health and local community. There was also a proposal to construct a much-needed underground commuter car park for residents from South Hurstville Grove, Connells Point. We also noted that the housing targets set by the Greater Sydney Commission are currently being revised downwards because Sydney's population is forecast to be 337,000 less in 2030 than was originally predicted. With over 5,000 cases of COVID per day, it is important that the amended plan be re-exhibited to allow relevant health professionals the opportunity to ensure that it does not increase the risk of residents contracting the virus. We also recognise that residents are avoiding public transport, especially trains, and the rationale to build high-rise adjacent to the station is less relevant. I request councillors also note that the Mortdale Community Village is currently setting up a group to discuss and provide input into a better master plan for the town. Finally, re-exhibiting the amended Mortdale Master Plan for comment is essential to rebuild public support for Georges River Council by showing that the concerns of residents have been addressed. Last December, the community sent a clear message.
Could you please round up,
that their
Mr. Bennett?
Your
time is up.
My last paragraph. Last December, the community sent a clear message that their concerns could no longer be ignored. And Mayor Catras, in his opening address to the new council, stressed his desire to rebuild the community's trust in Georges River Council. This can be achieved by ensuring the amended master plan is exhibited before it is voted on by councillors. I support the question.
Thank you, Mr. Bennett. I think at this stage, because we do have two people here that are present today to want to address the council, Mr. Ian Hardiman and Ms. Teresa Cott, I suggest we go to Mr. Hardiman, Ian Hardiman, if you'd like to address the council. Thank you. And Mr. Hardiman, my sincere condolences for the recent loss of your sad loss of your mother. Thank you.
Thanks for the opportunity to address you. Tonight I speak on behalf of my two sisters and myself, of course, but the whole family, the Hardiman family. We, the Hardiman family, would like to acknowledge and wholeheartedly support the proposal by Georges River Council to name the new park on the former Oakley Bowling site after our father. Our father dedicated so much of his time to community service through the work on council with the aim to improve the lives of all residents. He was a proponent and supporter of many significant community projects across the municipality, such as the Cogra War Memorial Pool, which is a war veteran held as special significance. He loved Oakley and worked for over 27 years to ensure the Parks and Gardens provided a wonderful environment for everyone. He particularly appreciated the importance of green space and on the well-being of communities. Our father believed that Parks and Gardens helped to shape and create a positive environment, which in turn created a happy and healthy community. One of the great memories of our mother who unfortunately passed away on the 2nd of February this year, as the Mayor just mentioned, is the pleasure she had in hearing that Georges River Council was recognising Dad's tireless efforts over so many years of service to Cogra Council and to all the people of Oatmeal. She, of course, had supported him and his community work throughout their lives. It's an apt honour that Georges River Council have proposed to name this park in Oatmeal after him. He was one who never looked for the limelight, but this recognition is so well deserved. We thank the councillors and the staff for this great honour, and that's from the whole Hardiman family. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Harden. Thanks for that. Could we now go to Ms. Teresa Cott, who wants to address the council on CCL 007-22 and COM 00222, the report to the community and culture on the 13th of February. Thank you, Ms. Cott.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll quote from the agenda and the recommendation from the Community and Culture Committee meeting held on the 14th of February, and which will be presented for approval by the Council tonight. The recommendation that I'm going to read says that, consistent with the Independent Pricing and Regulatory Tribunal special rate variation approval, regular reporting of this administrative matter to Council be discontinued to improve productivity and cost containment. Whilst a similar recommendation was included in the agenda for the Finance and Governance Committee, there is no recognition that such a recommendation actually was discussed at the Finance and Governance Committee. So we have two different opinions now, one from two. What stands out for me, first of all, is that IPART did not recommend that there needs to be this type of reduction in information. What happens at IPART, and this is my own research, is that you are, you being Georges River Council, putting in an application, you are assessed whether your application meets the guidelines and criteria set by the Office of Local Government. Okay, so they are a checking mechanism. The second feature that I perceive in this recommendation is that where we haven't told ratepayers that we're going to restrict the information, because as I remember the community discussions that happened, we learned that if the SDR application did not go through, we would lose about 40 workers. Nothing was said that, you know, if we are successful with the application, we're then going to be continue to reduce some sort of services. The third one that happens to me is that there is a task, or there are information that has been removed from public discussion. I have two little examples that are very useful to show you what can happen to an ordinary member of the public. There was a stormwater drain in Regent Street which was clogged with rubble, cement and sand. I reported it to council, not a thing was done. So what are we actually saying? That we know how to receive information, but we don't know how to action it. Because what we're saying in that recommendation before was to discontinue services to improve productivity and cost containment. Well, there ain't no productivity being improved there. Those are my two examples. One example. The second example, I cannot access certain links provided to me by council using public Wi-Fi. So I have a lot, so I've reported this. Both of these examples happened in January and February, and neither of them have been resolved. So what are we saying here? We know how to accept problems, but we don't know how to deal with them. So in my estimation, what is happening here is that IPART has approved and recognised that we have got more workers, more employees in the council, but yet I can see that we are not getting all the work done. So where is the problem?
Could you round up, please? Your time is up.
In my opinion, tinkering at the edges will not solve the bigger problem of the management structure and operational procedures introduced to this amalgamated council in 2016.
Thank you, Ms. Cole. Thank you. I think we'll go back to the original agenda. Sorry. We've got some more speakers. Okay. Yeah, no, I know the thing. Miss Leanne Smith, regarding
Message
PECO's.
after the tone. When you have finished recording, you may hang up or press 1 for more options.
Someone's recording the meeting? Okay. Sorry, thank you.
We'll just try again, Mr. Mayor, from Leanne Smith.
Okay, Ms. Leanne Smith, PECO's United Football Club, will speak to us remotely. It has to do with the investigation of additional car parking and traffic management works at PECO's Park. Question with notice 004-22. Thank you. Is Ms. Leanne Smith available?
Hello.
Thank you, Ms. Smith. Could you please go ahead?
Good evening. Thank you all for allowing me to speak tonight. I've been a practitioner for over 20 years and on the committee for the last 3 years. As a representative of the club, I'd like to start by saying how disappointed we are that the work at PECO's Park around parking arrangements hasn't been done prior to the start of this season, when park usage will increase substantially. There have been parking issues at PECO's Park for many years, and every year it gets worse. Hundreds of families will be visiting the park each weekend once winter sport commences. We have had multiple accidents over the last few years and many close calls with young children crossing the street. People have had their cars swiped and there have been numerous near misses. This is a very serious issue of safety, and our club members have major concerns with the season starting in April. As a parent, player myself, parking at the park is a nightmare every weekend. Trying to reverse out, it is almost impossible to see what is coming in both directions, as well as if any children are walking behind your car. We have buses trying to squeeze down the street and cars parked behind on the opposite side, making the street overly congested and not enough space to reverse out safely. The need for rear-to-curb parking is of the utmost importance, and we are keen to see the relocation of the fence on Trafalgar Street done as a priority in 2022. We understand that Council's Traffic Committee has resolved that the fence should be relocated and the front-to-curb parking signage removed. Our club is disappointed with the officer response in tonight's business paper that indicates that there is no funding allocated to this project and thus no time frame for the completion of the works. We would request that Council prioritise funding these urgent works to improve the park's safety before a serious accident occurs. We would like to be involved in any consultation process required prior to the work commencing to ensure work can start as soon as possible. We'd like to thank all councillors who have assisted us in getting this worthwhile project considered and hope this support continues through to the funding allocation and speedy completion of the works. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Smith. We now have remotely Ms. Eleni Arambatsis.
To ensure work can start as soon as possible. We'd like to thank all councillors who have assisted us in getting this work.
Ms. Arambatsis, can we ask that you mute the video?
Sure.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
You can address the council when you're ready. Thank you, Ms. Arambatsis.
Good evening. My name is Eleni and I'm the sister of Vaughan Arambatsis, the 13-year-old boy who has been raising money in Connells Point. You might have seen him in the leader. He is at school camp this week and there is no reception, so we asked me to read his speech. Hello, Mayor Catchers and councillors. Thank you, Councillor Moore. I care very much about the environment and I've been passionate about raising money by recycling through Return and Earn for Sydney Dogs and Cats Home. In the past 2 years, I've kept bins in my front yard and have recycled over 15,000 jute containers and I've raised $2,500. It wasn't hard to do. I just asked my neighbours to drop off drink containers in my bins. I won an important award this year from Keep Australia Beautiful, and there's nothing I want more than to keep my hometown of Georges River beautiful. I want to work with council and to help residents recycle properly and help local businesses do the same. Using return earned will mean thousands of dollars for pets in need. Discovering purple bins recently has made life so much easier. I won a fee of $60, buys the bin, and then it's collected and swapped over when it's full. I no longer have a set target. Instead, I will keep my target rolling for years to come. We are very lucky to live on the beautiful Georges River, and I want our local environment to be everyone's priority. I look forward to working with Georges River Council, and I thank you for supporting me. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Arambunsis. We now go to Ms. Catherine Ford.
Hello.
Who will be speaking on question with notice 00622, the status of the draft Mortdale Town Centre Master Plan and the draft Beverly Hills Town Centre Master Plan. Ms. Ford, are you there?
Yes, I am. Yes,
Thank
I am.
you. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and councillors. In 2018, I attended Council's community engagement session, which was an opportunity for residents to provide input into the future development of Mortdale. At the end of that session, the number one concern identified was overdevelopment, which included building height. No one in that room wanted to see Mortdale turned into Hurstville, and that point was made very clear to Council. Fast forward to 2021, and a draft master plan is released that is the complete opposite and ignored community concerns identified at the engagement session. The community were given very little time to comment on the draft master plan, and due to COVID restrictions, no opportunity to meet either together or with council in person or to view a model of the proposed redevelopment. Council webinars allowed questions using a keyboard only, and again, no community discussion. The proposed master plan in its present form is a complete rebuild of our suburb that will change it forever. I therefore request that the community be given the opportunity to review, comment and discuss Council's amended draft master plan via an on-site community meeting before councillors are requested to vote on this. Council is elected by the people, for the people, and as such, the expectation from the community is that Council is there to listen to us and to represent us. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ford. We're now going to Ms. Megan Argent, who will be addressing us remotely. Question with notice 002-22, and it has to do with 80 Boronia Parade, Lugano, which is the Glenlee site. Ms. Argent.
Yes. Hi. Will I speak?
Yeah, please proceed, Ms. Argent. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you to Georges River Council's investigation and impending report into funding the purchase of Glenlee. According to the Cultural Infrastructure Needs Assessment Report from March 2020, Catchment 2 containing Lugano and Peakhurst is the only catchment to have no cultural infrastructure across both district cultural infrastructure and local cultural infrastructure. Benchmarking within the report indicates the need for this will escalate as the population grows towards 2036. Cultural infrastructure includes community venues and centres, live music venues, galleries, museums, theatres, cinemas, amongst other things, along with Aboriginal cultural centres and keeping places, a place which the Aboriginal community manage for the safekeeping of repatriated cultural material. According to the Open Spaces, Recreation and Community Facilities Strategy itself, there is no provision for community space in Peakhurst Lugano, and within this strategy, a budget allocation of $7.2 million should be provided for multifunctional, high-quality community space with a bushland focus. From personal experience in relation to the lack of community facilities in Lugano, I attempted to hold an educational Zoom meeting for the Lugano Progress Association, but the hall it was held in had little or no reception, and it was actually impossible to achieve it. It seems flawed to provide cultural and community facilities purely where population density exists and is forecasted. It also seems flawed to apply this based on wards, which according to the Local Government Act are a construct related to voting numbers. The entire LGA could benefit from preserving Glenlee. Also, this argument of open space does not address strategic preservation of what exists, of our cultural heritage, our river quality and our remnant forest. According to the Cultural Infrastructure Needs Assessment, our community recognises that the proximity of the Georges River to the Sydney CBD is a major strength. It is seen as an opportunity to become a southern hub and destination for culture in Sydney through the provision of destinational cultural infrastructure that attracts people here, but also means our residents don't have to travel to the Sydney CBD. And our river foreshore and open spaces are some of the most highly valued aspects of our LGA. We should be capitalising on the opportunity to acquire it for the public. My questions are, is there another means to establish strategic justification to preserve our significant historical, cultural and ecological assets like Glenlee? Can the funding report be expedited so as to ensure the community do not lose this once in a 100-year opportunity? The community would like to see council, state government and federal government preemptively working together to form a plan to purchase Glenlee, rather than waiting until another opportunity is missed. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Ms. Argent. We'll now go to Ms. Anne Wagstaff, who will also be addressing us remotely on CCL 00722, C0N00522 and CCL 00422 and ENV 00622. This has to do with the report of the Community and Culture Committee on the 14th of February and the report of the Environment and Planning Committee on the 14th of February. Ms. Wagstaff, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Oh, by all means, proceed, Ms. Wagstaff. Thank you.
Thank you very much. On its website, Council encourages residents to participate in the decision-making process tonight. Council's Code of Meeting Practice states that such meetings should be informed. That is, quote, decisions are made based on relevant quality information, end of quote. However, it appears to me that not all of the information being presented tonight is quality. Item COM 00522, the Georges River Place Names and Proposal, result of community consultation, is recommending that Council submit the name Arthur Hardiman Reserve for the public reserve located at lots 100 and 106, DP 1252069 River Road, Oatley, to the New South Wales Geographical Names Board for review and gazettal. The Geographical Names Board has advised that the official name of Lot 100, the former Oatley Bowling Club site, and Lot 106 is Miles Stumpy Reserve. In other words, these two lots already have a name, and a significant one of that. And today confirmed that both lots are within Miles Stumpy Bushland Reserve. However, this key information was withheld from councillors and the community last year. And tonight's report perpetuates council's ongoing incorrect claim that the former Oatley Bowling Club site is not within Miles Stumpy Reserve. The second item, the Georges River Environmental Resilience Action Plan 2022 to 2040, indicates that council has declared a climate emergency. Council decided last September to join the City's Race to Zero program, and it will declare a climate emergency. However, I cannot find any evidence that council has done so since. Council's media release following council's decision to join this program doesn't even mention climate emergency, let alone declare one. The action plan itself indicates that stormwater is already being used to irrigate sporting fields in Gannons Park. However, you there? However, the
1 minute to go.
Sorry? Thank you.
Have one
However,
more
the
minute.
second plant where the stormwater aquifer for irrigation undergoes final treatment prior to use has not been built yet, even though the state government gave it Stronger Communities Fund grant money in 2018 and another $650,000 last year to do so. In response to two motions of Councillor Borg, motions by Councillor Borg regarding the grants process, the Council advised that successful grant applications are recorded on Council's grants register. However, a search of Council's website does not find a grants register. Council does have a donations, grants and sponsorship register webpage. However, the webpage has a register of only outgoing grants, and the other register shows only incoming sponsorship, not grants from the state government and federal governments. These discrepancies should be clarified before councils make a decision on these matters. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wagstaff. Councillors will now go to the confirmation of the minutes of the ordinary council meeting held on the 22nd of November 2021. Could we have a mover and a seconder? Councillor Symington moves and Councillor Green seconds it. I'll put it. All those in favour say aye. All those against say no. I declare the motion, the adoption of the motion carried. Confirmation of the minutes of the extraordinary meeting held on the 30th of December 2021. Could I have a vote? Moved by Councillor Lansbury, seconded by Councillor Symington. All those in favour say aye. All those against say no. I declare the motion of confirmation carried. Next confirmation is CCL 00322, confirmation of the minutes of the extraordinary council meeting held on the 24th of January 2022. Moved by Councillor Lansbury, seconded by Councillor Elmere. All those in favour say aye. All those against say no. I declare it carried. I now have some mayoral minutes that I'd like to put to you. Councillors, we all know about the sad passing of Johnny Raper. We have a veil on Johnny Raper. For those of us who grew up in the 1960s and had an interest in sport, the St George Rugby League team were the pinnacle. 11 straight premierships gave them the air of invincibility. A huge part of their success hinged on the ability of their outstanding lock forward, Johnny Chook Raper, who played in 8 of those grand finals. For mine, Raper was the ultimate rugby league footballer, and when I heard of his passing on the 9th of February, I, like so many of my generation, reflected on his impact on the game. St George and Australian Rugby League and the broader community, Raper and the St George team put our area on the world map. Even if you weren't a follower of rugby league, you knew of this team that dominated their competition unlike any other. Johnny Raper commenced his career at St George in 1959. His extraordinary success was based on high standards of fitness, outstanding defensive technique, subtle ball skills, and the ability to read the game quicker than anyone else on the field. He quickly progressed to New South Wales and Australian representation, and his performance at Swinton in the thrashing of England on the 1963 Kangaroo Tour ranks as one of the greatest individual contributions, as Raper had a hand in 9 of the 12 tries. It was also in Swinton 1967 when, returning from injury, he captained Australia to victory. He captained to Australia to victory. Chosen in 1985 as one of the original 4 Immortals, the ultimate rugby league honour, Raper had a resume filled with awards and recognitions, including Sport Australia Hall of Fame, Australian and International Rugby League Halls of Fame, Australian and the New South Wales teams of the century, and of course an MBE. For all those honours, Johnny Raper will always be remembered by me and others as gliding across the Jubilee Oval, whipping the legs from underneath an opposition winger who, for a fleeting second, thought he was going to score, not while Chook was wearing the red V. I do recall a few years ago when Johnny Raper, when the St George Rugby League used to have, and I'm not sure if they still have them now, and that is the breakfast, the rugby league breakfast at the club. And we were sitting, at that time I was the mayor again. I was sitting at the table with Johnny Raper. I was also sitting with John Howard, who was very much a great supporter, like many of us, of St George. And I will say, without going into any details, that he was really a character, an unbelievable entertainer and full of knowledge of rugby league, but a real, how can I put it, a real Aussie, I'll put it that way. But really, he will be sadly missed, especially by the rugby league fraternity. My motion is that Council notes the passing of John Raper and recognises his enormous contribution to the St George district. B, that Council sends its condolences to John Raper's family. I move that. Seconded by Senator Councillor Almia. I'll put it to the vote. All those in favour say aye. All those against say no. I declare the motion carried unanimously. I'd like now to come to a New South Wales Stormwater Award that the Council has received. In December 2021, Council won the Excellence in Integrated Stormwater Design Award at the Stormwater New South Wales 2021 Awards for our Gannons Park water quality improvement and stormwater harvesting scheme. The Stormwater New South Wales Awards for Excellence encourage and celebrate excellence in the innovation, development, completion and management of stormwater projects and the people involved. When awarding the prize, Stormwater New South Wales congratulated Georges River Council and said this was a great project with a site that demonstrates a very good example of how this style of design can enhance a community's resource. The project is very much deserving as the excellence in the integrated stormwater design, excellent work in the integrated stormwater management, and I can only say well done team that put this together on behalf of Council. Council's large-scale landscape and stormwater treatment project focused on reinstating a section of Boggywell Creek to develop significant public space and improve the community's connection to the environmental processes. This innovative project involved the removal of concrete stormwater pipes and the construction and reinstatement of natural waterway features, including swales, wetlands, ponds, and bio retention systems. As a result, the local environment has improved, with the works increasing terrestrial and aquatic biodiversity, improving the quality of stormwater entering the Georges River and saving potable water, while creating opportunities for the community to enjoy the park through the associated landscaping, shared paths and facilities. The harvested stormwater will be used to irrigate the regionally significant sporting fields on the upper section of the park as part of the next stage of the project. My motion, councillors, is that the council congratulate the staff involved in the Gannon Park water quality improvement and the stormwater harvesting scheme, which has contributed to a better environment by improving water quality and increasing biodiversity of the Georges River. I move it. Seconded by, did you have your? Yeah.
No, Mr. Mayor, I've got a couple of questions, if that's all right.
I need a seconder before you do that, Councillor Marnie. Seconded by Nick Smirtle. Councillor Smirtle. Questions?
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. Can I ask, when was the project actually finished?
Sorry?
When was this project actually finished?
If one of the directors could answer that question. General Manager.
Mr. Mayor, the project, the stormwater harvesting project at Gannons Park is still under construction. It's entering its final phase now, but the first 3 stages have been completed.
Thank you. Are there any further questions? Any further comments? Well, I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. All those against say no. I declare no. I declare it carried with one voting against. It couldn't be recorded that Councillor Lamani.
I'll get a division on that, Mr. Mayor.
Sorry?
Mr. Mayor, Councillor Elmira has called for a division.
Okay,
We'll
well,
take
could we
the
go?
vote around the chamber.
I obviously moved the motion, so I support it.
Councillor Catras is for the motion. Councillor Borg?
For the motion.
Councillor Elmira?
For.
Councillor Green?
For the motion.
Councillor Jamieson?
Against the motion.
Councillor Konjalski? Councillor Konjalski?
Yeah.
I'm for the motion, 100%.
Councillor Lansbury? For. Councillor Liu? For. Councillor Marnie?
Against.
Councillor Mort?
For the motion.
Councillor Smerdley?
For the motion.
Councillor Stratokopoulos?
For the motion.
Councillor Symington? 150% for. Councillor Tegg?
I am for congratulating the staff.
Councillor Wang?
For the motion, thank you.
Mr. Mayor, that's 13 votes for and 2 against. The motion is carried.
Thank you. I'll now go into the Georges River Council Mayor's Charity Golf Day. This is another minute. Since 2002, Georges River Council, previously Hurstville Council, has held an annual charity golf day at Hurstville Golf Course. Conducted by an organising committee comprising of Lugano Lions and other volunteers these days, combined with the annual Pro-Am tournament, have raised over $600,000. The funds were originally donated to the St George Hospital Cancer Care Centre. With the completion of this outstanding facility, the focus of the fundraising has now moved to our local internationally acclaimed St George Sutherland Medical Research Foundation. Again this year, our local registered clubs have agreed to be naming rights sponsors of both the Mayor's Day and the Pro-Am. Local businesses have continued their sponsorship and will have a full field of 32 teams on Friday, the 11th of March 2022. With Hurstville Golf Course under renovation, the organising committee have asked Beverley Park Golf Club to host the event. In past years, Council has provided support and donations to St George Sutherland Medical Research Foundation, and I believe this charity day provides the perfect vehicle to continue that tradition. I am advised that funds are available in our sponsorship and donation budget to again support this charity event. Therefore, I propose that Council provides $2,500 in sponsorship to the Beverley Park Golf Club to assist in offsetting some of the costs of hosting the charity events, such as the cost of green fees and catering. I also propose that Council donates $5,000 to the St George Sutherland Medical Research Foundation to continue its annual tradition of support for this worthy foundation. I move a motion.
I'd like to move the motion. I'll second the motion.
I haven't moved it yet. So are you saying, Councillor Smerdley, that you're moving it and sorry, and Councillor Stratokopoulos?
Yes.
Seconding. So, well, I just say to thank the Mayor's Charity Golf Day Organising Committee for their continued support, and the Beverley Park Golf Club for agreeing to host this year's event on Friday, the 11th of March 2022. B, donates $5,000 to the St George Sutherland Medical Research Foundation. And C, provides $2,500 sponsorship to the Beverley Park Golf Club to assist with the cost of hosting the charity event. Are we going to have people against this motion? If we are, then we'll go around. Is anyone against this motion? Okay. Well, I then put it. All those in favour say aye. Aye. All those against say no. Fine. I declare the motion carried. And we go to the last one. And this is the Hurstville Oval Women's National Cricket League final. In recent years, our council has hosted many major national sporting events in rugby league, football and cricket. These events have showcased our facilities and community not only across Australia, but in many instances to the international audience. This tradition continues with the recent announcement by Cricket Australia that Hurstville Oval has been selected to host 4 Women's National Cricket League fixtures. The Women's National Cricket League is the national 50-over competition for women and features Australia's best female cricketers best female cricketers. As we know, women's cricket is now rightly receiving recognition for the wonderful skill of the players and the quality of matches. 2 of the 4 fixtures will feature in the New South Wales Breakers, while the 4th is, I'm proud to announce, the competition final on the 25th of March, hopefully also featuring New South Wales. Hurstville Oval is of course regularly awarded as the best suburban ground in Sydney, and in recent years has featured a number of the very popular Women's Big Bash League matches as the home venue of the Sydney Sixers. There's no doubt that this selection is further reward of the efforts of Philip Raines and his staff, which is the groundkeepers. All 4 matches will be live streamed by Cricket Australia and broadcast on the KO platform, with the final also being broadcast by Foxtel. St George District Cricket Club volunteers will again provide logistic support to ensure the smooth running of these matches. As a council, we can be very proud of the premium facilities and the staff who maintain them. My motion is that the council notes the selection of Cricket Australia of Hurstville to host 4 Women's National Cricket League fixtures, including the final, and congratulates council on this recognition. I move it. Second it. Councillor Green? Oh, you're not allowed. Okay. Councillor Simonton. Thank you. Councillor Lou. Oh, Councillor Lou.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you. That finishes the my minute. Sorry. Oh, yes. I put that to the vote. Is there anyone against this motion? If there's no one against it, then I'll put it. All those in favour say aye. Aye. All those against it say no. Okay. I declare the motion carried, and we're now going to the condolences. I do have a condolence motion. Well, call it. Look, many of you councillors that have been to elections previously will remember a character by the name of Daryl Burge Lopez, with his very, very good friend David Dawson. I've known Daryl Burge Lopez for many years. I can't remember when I was introduced to him, but I will say that he's a real character. I think he entertained a lot of people on the polling booths, with the exception of the returning officers who wanted to send him to jail at one stage or kick him off the bed. But I've got to say, he was very warm-hearted, and I'll go into the details of that. But if you can just indulge me, I just want to say that Daryl Burge Lopez was a veteran party activist and campaign worker. Daryl went to the UK for a number of years in the early 60s. He joined the British Labour Party and was involved in campaigning in the UK elections. On his return to Australia, he became active in the ALP in Victoria as a member of the local branch, and later in Sydney in the New South Wales branch, particularly in the St Georgia, where he was a long-time member of the Homedale branch. Election campaigning and sociology were Daryl's great motivators. Sociology is a Greek word which basically says He analyses the elections and ballots. So it was quite a thing that he really enjoyed doing. He was a remarkable street campaigner and had a style and approach that was unique. He was at his happiest and completely in his element when working the booths on election day and for the duration of the pre-poll. Darryl was a bookseller by trade. I've been told that one day he dragged a bookcase into Chris Minns' electoral office and insisted that no political office is complete without a library. And he would fill the shelves with appropriate political text. Not long after that, he added another bookcase and lined the shelves with more politically themed publications. The library is now a special feature in Chris Minns' office and a testament to Darryl. His reputation for competitiveness was known to all, but he invariably gained the respect of all campaign workers with his good humour, honesty, and regardless of their political affiliation, and I emphasise that, regardless of his political affiliation, he actually entertained people. He kept people that spent a long time on the polling booths were, I suppose, happy to have him there because he was always doing something, saying something, and it was enjoyable for them. His enthusiasm and energy at the booths at times did not endear him to the returning officer, but Darryl carried on undeterred. He worked on campaigns for more than half a century, always on the front line with his very good friend David Dawson, and was always a valuable and valued worker on the campaign. He was much admired and loved. He was a much admired and loved character in the Labor Party family in the area and was well described as a true Labor stalwart. Darryl passed away on the 30th of January 2022, and we extend our condolences to his brother Peter, cousin Barbara, and Miss Chloe, and all members of his family. This is a bipartisan thing, and I know you're probably thinking, well, why are we honouring someone who's a member of the Labor Party? I think you've got to honour anyone that's a hard worker, anyone that devotes himself to his party in the proper context of what he believes in his party. So that's one of the reasons. I'm not hiding the fact that he's a member of the Labor Party. I'm not hiding the fact that he was a great worker for the Labor Party, and I'm not hiding the fact that he was he entertained people in the polling booths. And I don't expect you as councillors to hide the fact that one of your people passes and has been a bloody good worker in your campaigns for many, many years, that you should actually remember him and appreciate him even in this council area. This is not a political speech. It's something that I've experienced and something that I believe in terms of Darryl Birchler does. Anyway, sorry. Oh, do we have other? Yes, thank you. Councillor Green.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I rise tonight to sadly reflect on the life of Irene Catras, who, as we know, is the mother of the Mayor and also of Peter and Mary. Irene was born on the island of Simi in 1928, and she later married Nicholas. Can't understand where the Mayor got his name from, but she married Nicholas, and of course we see that the Mayor was the eldest of those children, named in honour of his father, and the family migrated to Australia in about 1955 when the Mayor was 3, so I'm just divulging your age, Mr. Mayor. His brother Peter was 18 months and Mary was to come along a little later. They were part of the old assisted passage scheme that brought so many hard-working, talented and effective Australians to this shore from overseas. They settled in Chippendale, where both Irene and Nicholas went to work hard as they did in the factories of that community. They established themselves in the area, established their family, as I say, worked very hard and were able to save enough funds to buy their first home in Enmore. And I'll throw this in for £4,500. And those were the days. So £4,500, which would have, of course, been a very, very large part, a multiple, I should say, of their weekly salaries. But they worked extremely hard. But while working hard and travelling by train to work early each morning, Irene never forgot to raise her family. And I'm advised by the Mayor, and if one looks at his good condition, we can see that he's been very well fed over the years. And she was, I'm told, a very good cook. And I throw that in, Mr. Mayor, because these things can often be a sad reflection. I think we need to add a bit of humour, because that's the essence of family life. So as well as working in the factories, she was putting in long hours, doing her bit for the family, both out of the home and most importantly in the home. It was about 14 years later, the family moved to Marrickville, and at that stage, the new addition, Mary, came into the family, and that certainly changed the dynamics, I'm sure, Mr. Mayor. And Mary was brought into the family, but also, because it was a large home, the Catras family took in other migrants who were new to the country as boarders. And most importantly, Irene provided them not only with a roof over their head, but an assimilation into Australia, Australian community, Australian way of life, and was able to provide those new migrants with a lot of advice and support. And I suppose, councillors, that's what we reflect on tonight. Not only Irene's contribution to the Mayor and to Peter and to Mary, but her broader community involvement, her intelligence, her strong, nurturing nature, and her ability to impart knowledge to others, and obviously, most importantly, to her family. And I suppose, councillors, we're all built on the foundations that are laid before us, and certainly that definitely applies in our family life. Sadly, just before he turned 70, the Mayor's father, Nicholas, as they passed away, so for well over 20 years, Irene has lived as a widow in the community, but that didn't hold her back. It didn't stop her contributions, certainly didn't stop her opinions, and most definitely it didn't stop her support for her children. So sadly, as I say, on the 30th of December, she passed away. And if you reflect on that date, councillors, you'll recognise that it's one day after this very council announced that Councillor Catras, her son, would be the Mayor. Thank you, councillors.
Thank you, Kevin. That was a very touching speech. Thank you. Sorry. Oh, Councillor Mayor, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, I rise tonight to pay my respects and condolences to the Hardiman family, and I acknowledge Mr. Ian Hardiman joining us tonight, but also to his sisters Faye and Lynn and Julie. Mr. Mayor, as we heard tonight from Mr. Hardiman, Faye Hardiman passed away on the 2nd of February this month, and it is with much sadness that we lose her, but we know that now she joins Arthur in everlasting peace. Faye was a pillar of the community, one that stood side by side Arthur during his many years of service, and for Arthur and Faye, they joined and were married for over 60 years, but Faye was a resident of Oakley, if I'm not mistaken, for 70 years, and continued to be huge pillars of the community, both Arthur and Faye, and yeah, they did much work with Cobram Council, as I was explaining to Ian just briefly earlier, that I remember the many advocacies that Mr. Hardiman used to make, and always by his side was Faye, but also to many local charities and the Oakley Uniting Church, and for that she'll be sorely missed. So, Mr. Mayor, I just want to extend my sincere condolences to the Hardiman family, and also mention again, as well as Mr. Hardiman was mentioning earlier, that Faye received news that the council would be recommending that the Oatley Bowling Club site would be recommended to be named Arthur Hardiman Reserve, and that, from what I'm told, she was extremely grateful for. So I pay my respects and hope that the family can find some solace during this difficult time. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Elmer. Sorry. Oh, Councillor Green, yes.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I rise to now pay my condolences to the Craig family. John Craig, who some of you may have known through his extensive community service, sadly passed away on the 31st of December. In fact, John and Leslie Craig were enormous contributors to the local community, both school teachers by trade, as they say. John and Leslie both had extensive careers in education while raising their two daughters. But John, of course, had a career that saw him as the principal of Blacktown Boys High School, where he won, the school under his leadership won a Director General's Award for Excellence. And it was interesting at the funeral in early January, where there were so many community members represented, the number of comments that were made in eulogies about his care, concern and desire to ensure that the students who were his responsibility in his schools, most importantly, were able to improve as individuals and most significantly felt good about themselves. And his desire to provide a quality of education was paramount. As well as his education background, and once he'd retired from that, John and Leslie both set up a consultancy practice. But John then volunteered at the Downing Centre Court to provide support to those who were needing to be a part of the court system, to be able to give a compassionate ear, to be able to give advice, to be able to, as I say, provide support. And that said something also about John's character. From a local point of view, John and Leslie both became involved in what was the St George Lions Club and worked very hard for that organisation for a number of years. It would have been about 3 years ago, though, that John had the difficult task of closing down St George Lions, and many of those members have dispersed. And in John and Leslie's case, they went and joined Oatley Lions. And one of the great projects that John was so significant with was putting on the St George Lions Golf Day, which has now been carried over by Oatley Lions, and that raised an enormous amount of funds for Lions projects. And as I say, it was a big focus of both John and Leslie. I'm pleased to say that Oatley Lions, and I was only talking to their president, John Morgan, today, have determined not only to keep that golf day going, which I think is on Friday, the 8th of April, but most importantly, keep that tradition going because of the enormous respect that the Lions community and the broader community had for John and his contribution. Sadly, it was in June last year that John wasn't feeling well. And fortunately, just prior to that, John and Leslie had undertaken a trip throughout Central Australia. And I say fortunately because sadly, on returning from that trip, I went to the doctor, and as you know, one doctor leads to another, and sadly found out that he was suffering from motor neurone disease, and within 6 months, his life was no longer. And that was a very difficult and tough 6 months. But as the family reflected, it was 6 months where they had time to spend with their husband, their father, their grandfather, and were able to reflect on many wonderful times and a great contribution to the community. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll just finish with one other. I also probably don't wish to know me, councillors, because I sadly have to attend too many funerals, but I also attended the funeral in January of Ron Ryan, who for 40 years was a major contributor in the local cricket community, starting as with the De La Salle Cricket Club in administration in the late 1970s, moving on to the committee of what was then the George River Penshurst Cricket Association in the role of recorder. And the simplest way to describe recorder in those days, when you didn't have computer systems where everything went, basically it was getting all the results sheets, checking every name to make sure all the players were registered, going through every result every week, checking all the figures, double checking it, and then making sure at the end of the season all the statistics added up correctly. And in those days, there would have been anything from 50 to 70 teams involved in the competition. And Ron gave his time to that, but he also worked at the local club level, moved then to the Beverly Hills Eagles Junior Cricket Club, where he was a manager of many teams, scorer for many teams. Also took on the role of representative team coordinator for the association. And as I say, gave an enormous amount of his time and energy. Became involved in the Umpires Association, where he used to umpire schoolboys cricket matches and schoolgirls cricket matches during the week. And as I say, great contributor, and sadly, at 80 years of age, lost his battle also in December last year. So we also reflect and thank Ron for his contribution. At the time of his passing, he was the co-patron of the now St George District Cricket Association. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Green. Do we have any more? One more?
Councillor Katras, I'd just like to very briefly inform the council of the passing of Mary Moxham, or Mary Morrissey, as she was known to myself in my youth. Mary was a teacher at Marist Brothers Penshurst, or as it's now known, Marist College Penshurst, for a number of years. She taught myself. I know she taught the current member for Oatley, Mark Couray, as well as Chris Gambian, the former Labor candidate for Cedar Banks. She was a teacher there for a number of years, much beloved by the community, and left a lasting imprint on the lives of hundreds of young men in our area. So I'd just like to note her passing and pass that on to my colleagues and to the council this evening.
Thank you, Councillor Tegg. Do we have any more? Councillors, could we stand to have a moment of silence and reflection for those that have passed on? Thank you, councillors. At this stage, councillors, we need a procedural motion so that we can change the order of business.
Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Mayor, I'll move that if you like.
Who's that?
That's Councillor
Councillor
Tegg.
Tegg, yes, this was the subject.
Mr. Mayor, I believe it's on the screen there. I'd just like to move that motion that business be rearranged so that those items that are important to the members of the public who come to speak to us tonight can be dealt with first.
That was moved by Councillor Tegg and seconded by Councillor Amir. I'll put it. All those in favour say aye. All those against say no. Unless there's someone objecting to that, I declare the motion carried. Thank you. Just informed that based on the order of speakers, we would need to deal with the first item will be CCL 004-22 and ENV 006-22, report of the Environment Planning Committee held on the 14th of February 2022 at St George's River Environmental Resilience Action Plan. Councillor Lansbury.
Lansbury.
Sorry.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I'll move the recommendation unless there's anybody.
Is anybody, can we have a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Simon. Did you want to talk to this, Councillor Lansbury? Is there any? First of all, I'll ask: is there any objection to the motion? There's no objection. Yeah, you got a question? Yes, Councillor.
Sorry, and I just feel like we're doing it in reverse. Can we just ask if all those in favour of the motion, all those against, rather than by exception?
Sorry, rather than what?
I'm just asking whether we just put the motion in its correct order, all those in favour of the motion and all those against, rather than doing it by exception, and therefore going if there's anyone against this.
Okay, well, I'm quite happy to do that. Okay, well, I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Aye. All those against? Aye. I've got one in favour and no one against. We're all in favour, okay. Now, it doesn't seem to work though, Councillor Elmere, because if Councillor Lansbury wants to talk to the motion. You don't? Okay, fine. All right, well, I declare the motion carried. We then go to item 2, which is CCL 007-22-C0M 002-22, the report of the Community and Culture Committee meeting held on the 14th of February, and it's the community property report for the period 1st of October to 31st of December 2021. Sorry? Moved by, Councillor Liu.
Yeah, I'm happy to second that.
Moved by Councillor Liu, seconded by Councillor Elmere. Do we have any objection to the motion? Okay. Would you, Councillor, would you like to speak to as the mover to the motion? You can reserve your right to speak if you want to. No?
No.
Yes? Are you going to speak to the motion, Councillor? No. Councillor Elmere, are you going to speak?
I'll reserve.
You reserve. Councillor Lansbury.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I think we're possibly just all a little bit rusty tonight. We've just got to find our place again. Why we did have a speaker tonight on this, but I'd actually already planned on pulling it out. We talked about it at the committee meeting, and what I wanted to make an amendment, if I could get a seconder for it, just to retain part A of the recommendation, but to remove part B.
Sorry?
I'll second that.
Councillor Liu, would you accept that amendment?
I second that, Catherine.
No, I'll be just checking to see if Councillor Liu is going to accept the amendment. Then we go to Councillor Elmere if he'll accept the amendment. Oh. You won't. Well, that finalises. We have a seconder. Who was the seconder? I don't know. I couldn't hear.
Natalie.
Sue? Who's?
It was Natalie.
Councillor Moore. Okay. Councillor Lansbury, would you like to talk to him?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I will only just say a couple of words about it. The same thing that I raised at the committee meeting basically is that the information has been provided to us on a fairly regular basis. I understand that IPART has asked us to look at reducing the cost, but I fail to see how stopping a report such as this coming to the Community and Culture Committee quarterly is actually going to make a dent in the $4 million we need to save per year. I think there are other ways that we could be more constructively finding that. I think we need to maintain as much transparency and accountability for everything we do at council, and that includes having us as councillors fully informed. I did ask a question on the night of Ms. Weatherly, and she explained that this information is available on the website, but I don't think that that is updated quarterly. I think it's updated annually. I stand to be corrected on that. But I just think I understand wholeheartedly that we need to reduce our cost in certain ways, but I don't think ceasing reporting such as this to our regular committee meetings is actually going to help us do that. So I would like to retain this particular report coming to us on a quarterly basis, please. And I'm seeking your support, councillors.
Thank you, Councillor Lansbury. Would the seconder to the amendment like to talk to it?
No, thanks, Nick.
Thank you,
No,
Councillor.
Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Moore. The Councillor Amir, would you like to talk against it?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, as I was having a chat briefly with Councillor Lansbury earlier, I'm very supportive of the motion that was carried at the committee meeting, purely because I think we are now travelling into waters that where tough decisions need to be made, and unfortunately, it is like a piggy bank, right? I've got a piggy bank for my children, and every time I've got coins, right, I just hand them coins. They take those coins and they put it in the piggy bank, right? Now, whilst it's 5 cents or 20 cents or $1, after a period of time, they take that piggy bank to the bank and they work out they've got now $500 or $100 or $150. And I think that's the essence of what these things are. And I can see that we've got quite a number of motions later on where some councillors are asking for more transparency, and I get that, I really do. And I think that is important that we do have transparency, but I think we must also acknowledge that our job as councillors is to make sure that we have a vision for the area, that we work towards that vision, we provide assistance to the council staff on where we would like them to be going. And I think that all that comes at a cost. Whilst it may not cost much to provide a report in terms of money or hours, but if you start providing reports for everything, then we're going to go into that territory of having a discussion with the community again in a couple of years' time, that because of the ongoing fiscal blowouts that we have at council, that we are now asking for a special rate variation. And I don't think that that would be fair after just having a special rate variation of 31 point or 32% in the last few months. Councillors, we have to be very sensible, and I think whilst this information can be made available for any councillor who wishes to possibly put in a question or ask the council officers to provide it to them, I think that that's fair enough. That is providing transparency. Maybe members of the public would like to put a GIPA request to get some information, if that information is available through the GIPA sort of pipeline. But to impose these things on council officers, on this organisation, is just something that I think we need to be very cautious of. And it's not because I disagree with the motion, Part A, that I'll be voting against this, but purely because it doesn't have Part B in it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Is there any further discussion on this? There is no further discussion. Then I will put Councillor Lansbury and Councillor Lansbury's amendment to delete Part B of that recommendation. Would that be correct, Councillor Lansbury? Yeah. I will put it to the council, but I think we'll need to go around the table.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll start with your vote on the amendment, please.
I support the amendment.
For. Thank you, Councillor Borg.
For the amendment.
Councillor Elmere.
Against the amendment.
Councillor Green.
Against the amendment.
Councillor Jamieson.
For the amendment.
Councillor Konjarski.
Against the amendment.
Councillor Lansbury. Councillor Liu.
Against.
Councillor Marnie.
For, thank you.
Councillor Mort.
For the motion.
Councillor Smerdley.
Against.
Councillor Stratokopoulos.
Against.
Councillor Symington. Councillor Tegg.
Against.
And Councillor Wang.
For.
That's 8 votes for.
Councillors, hateful. Thank you, councillors. Now the amendment becomes the motion, and therefore Yeah, I'll put the motion as it stands now, with the amendment becoming the motion. So we'll go again, do we?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Your vote for the motion. Councillor Ball,
For the motion.
Councillor Elmia,
For.
Councillor Green,
For.
Councillor Jamieson,
For the motion.
Councillor Konjawski,
For the motion.
Councillor Lansbury,
For.
Councillor Liu,
For.
Councillor Marnie,
For.
Councillor Mort,
For.
Councillor Smerdley,
For.
Councillor Stratokopoulos,
For.
Councillor Symington,
For.
Councillor Teague,
For the motion.
and Councillor Wang.
For.
That's a unanimous vote, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Ms. Thornton. Oh, okay. All right. Okay. Now, councillors, we will be doing with CCL 007-22, C0M 005-20, report of the Community and Culture Committee meeting held on the 14th of February, which involves the Georges River place names and proposals, results of the community consultation. And if you remember, we had a couple of speakers on that with regards to Arthur Hardyman Reserve. So I will open it for a motion. Councillor O'Neill.
Yes, move, Mr. Mayor.
You moved the recommendation of the council officers.
Correct.
We need a seconder.
Can I second it?
Councillor Liu, you're seconding it. Councillor O'Neill, would you like to speak for your motion, for the recommendation?
I'll reserve my right, yes, Mayor.
Councillor Liu, would you like to speak for the recommendation?
I reserve my rights.
Okay. Councillors against it, against the recommendation. And the recommendation is as it stands, and that is as per the committee report. I can't read it, that's the only problem. I'll get my business papers out. Could please, so that everyone understands. Well,
Councillors, the motion is on the screen. Does anyone need any clarification before the Mayor puts it? No, over to you, Mr Mayor.
okay, well, I'll put it. Now, obviously, are there any people against this motion? None. Okay. All right. Well, sorry. Well, yeah, I declare it carried. Thank you. One here, just so people know now, the reserve that we're looking at, adjacent to Miles Dunphy Reserve, will be named Arthur Hardyman Reserve.
And as importantly, Mr Mayor, we'll also be naming the new playground, and we'll also be naming the Western Grandstand at Netstrata Jubilee, and we'll also we'll also be naming Pottery Lane. So
thank you for that clarification, and for the people to and indicating that to the people that are listening. Thank you, Councillor Green. We're now going to item NM014-22, Keep Australia Beautiful Sustainable Cities Awards 2021. Could we have a motion, please?
I'm happy to second that, Mr. Mayor.
Seconded.
Councillor Moore.
Did someone move it? Councillor Bull. Oh, sorry. Councillor Mort. Thank you. Moved by Councillor Mort, seconded by Councillor Ria. Is there any objection to this motion? Anyone want to speak against it? No. Well, I'll put it. All those in favour say aye. All those against say no. I declare it carried. The next item on the agenda is the reports from committees, and the first committee report is the report of the Environment and Planning Committee meeting held on the 14th of February 2022. Councillor Lansbury.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I'll move the items ENB 002-22 to ENB 005-22, as we've already just dealt with 006.
Could I just get that again?
Sorry, that's 2, 3, 4, and 5.
2, 3, 4. So you're moving 2, 3, 4, and 5. Sorry? We've done this. Yeah. Okay. Is there any objection to this? Does anyone want to pull some? A seconder is. Who's the seconder? Councillor Symington. I'm putting the motion. All those in favour say aye. All those no. And I declare the motion carried. And we now go on to report of finance and governance. Yeah. Committee meeting held on the 14th of February 2022. Councillor Ball.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, I'm happy to move the committee paper in full from items FIN 001-22 through to FIN 006-22.
Thank you, Councillor Ball. We need a seconder. Seconded by Councillor Marnie. Okay. Do we have any people that want to speak against it or pull out anything? No? Then I'll put it. All those in favour say aye. All those against say no. I declare the motion.
Aye.
Next one is the report of the Assets and Infrastructure Committee meeting held on the 14th of February 2022. Councillor Symington, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll move the first item, ASS 002-22.
Thank you. And I believe that Council agreed. Oh, yeah, sorry, I'll put it. Seconded by Councillor Liu. So I'm a bit rusty too, actually, but anyway, I'll put, there's a mover, Councillor Simon, the seconder is Councillor Liu. I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. All those against say no. I declare the motion carried. Thank you, Councillor Green. Conflict of interest and okay. Now, Councillor Symington.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll be moving ASS 003-22, but for the avoidance of doubt, I would like to make an amendment and add Part D that Council approves the additional funding allocation as outlined in the report.
Councillor, do you accept that amendment?
Yes, I do.
Oh, sorry, it was you. No.
Thank you, Mr.
Okay, it was Councillor. Do you accept it, Councillor Liu? Sorry.
I'm seconding this one, and I accept the amendment.
Councillor Liu
did the previous.
No, Councillor. Okay, thank you. So I got it. Any discussion on this?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I would like to speak against the motion.
Sorry?
I'd like to speak against this motion.
Thank you. Councillor Ball? Yes.
Yeah, I just want to put on the record I won't be supporting this motion because I do not agree that council should be allocating more grant funds to this project on top of the grant funds that have already been allocated. It's my opinion that this project will benefit a very small portion of the community, and I would assume mostly top-level cricketers, and I believe that adequate investment has already been made in the project, and I feel that council should be investing grant funds in projects that provide a benefit to a much wider section of the community, and for this reason I'll be voting against it. Thank you.
Has anybody wanting to talk in support of this motion?
Yeah, actually,
Councillor Symington.
Yeah, look, the grant funding was tied to the original Stronger Communities funding, and there's another section of funding that's actually specifically allocated to Hurstville Oval. So no rate-based funds were used. I see it as a new facility that will be available for community use in Hurstville Ward. It also will create jobs, and I see no negatives with this, and I would not want to lose any funding in relation to this. And as we've already started works, considering the first tender fell over, we'd have to actually pay grant funding back if this tender wasn't accepted. So no, I won't. I don't agree with that.
Does anyone want to speak against the motion? For the motion.
Yes,
Councillor
Mr. Mayor.
Lee, yeah.
For the motion, Mr. Mayor, I think what's important is that we recognise that this is a premium facility that council owns, right? And as a premium facility, this also generates a lot of income for council. So in terms of the long-term benefits, we shouldn't be looking at the small scale of funds that are allocated to this to deliver the project in its full, but also on the investment that we're making as a council in a premium facility that will generate income for our community, but also be provided in that off-peak period where it's not available to these premium sporting codes. It's also available to the community, and I think that there's a benefit to that, right? We should not be holding up delivering a facility because we are not allocating approved additional funding to deliver this community project on time. So it's for that reason that I'm very supportive of Councillor Symington's motion, and I think it's important. It's something that we're going to be able to stand there and really hold our head up high long after we're gone, that this is a facility that we were able to deliver during our time. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Amir. Is there any more discussion on this?
Just very briefly, Mr. Mayor, it's Councillor Tegg.
Thank you.
Just on the issue of the users of this facility, I know from personal experience that it's both cricket and Australian rules football use this facility for everything from the junior level all the way up. It is a community facility that everyone who participates in any number of sports, I know the cycling use it as well. So it isn't just, it is a great facility because it can accommodate that top level athletes, but it also, because it's a community facility, is used by people right up and down the ability spectrum, we'll put it that way. And that's why I'm supporting this motion.
Thank you, Councillor Tegg. I will put it. Well, I think we'll have to go around the table. Ms. Thornton, could we do that, please?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, I'll take your vote, please.
I'm for.
Thank you. Councillor Borg.
Against.
Councillor Elmire.
For.
Councillor Green. Oh, apologies. Councillor Jamieson.
For.
Councillor Konjawski.
For the motion, thank you.
Councillor Lansbury.
For.
Councillor Liu.
For.
Councillor Marnie.
Against.
Councillor Mort.
For.
Councillor Smertley.
For.
Councillor Stratokopoulos.
For.
Councillor Symington.
For.
Councillor Tegg.
For.
And Councillor Wang.
For.
That is 12 votes for, 2 against.
With 12 votes for, 2 against, I declare the motion carried. Okay, now, could someone call in Councillor Green? Thank you. So, reported community culture appropriate report. We've done that one. Someone calling wanted to speak to that one.
So, yes, you'll have to move to.
Which is that one? Yeah, but calling this. Councillors, we're now going to the report of the Community and Culture meeting held on the 14th of February 2022. Councillor Liu.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Can I move item COM 004, COM 005-22 being adopted?
Okay, so we've left out.
Mayor,
We've done.
005's already been dealt with by exception.
So
I think the others been
George
dealt with. Yeah, that's right.
Okay,
The
we've
remaining
now got.
being printed on the paper.
We've got 4 and
6, Mr. Mayor.
6.
Yep.
And if anyone was to pull anything out, please let me know now.
Oh, I second it.
Yes, so it's been moved by Councillor Liu, seconded by Councillor Mayor, and Councillor Symington, you wanted to pull one of these.
003 COM 003-22.
Okay, Councillor. Oh, well, I'll put the report as moved by Councillor Liu and Councillor Elmere. All those in favour say aye. All those against say no. Okay, I declare the motion carried on those items, and we're pulling out the dementia-friendly council one on COM 003-22. Councillor
Second that.
You second that one? Thank you. Councillor Symington's moving it, and Councillor Mears seconds it. Councillor Symington, did you want to talk to that?
Yes, I did. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I brought this motion last year because people with dementia, their families and carers have a right to be understood and supported, and to be able to function as part of community, ultimately feeling safe in that community. And now Georges River Council is on the way to being that kind of organisation, and that makes me feel really proud to be part of this council, and that's a positive outcome, and they're the outcomes that make me think that's why I'm here on council. And so I just want to thank all the staff that have contributed to this, so thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Symington. I will put it. All those in favour say aye. All those against say no. I declare the motion carried, and we go to an environment and planning matter, which is an administrative correction, Georges River Environmental Resilience Action Plan 2022-2040. Councillor Lansbury.
I move that.
Moved by Councillor Lansbury, seconded by
I second it.
by Councillor Liu.
Thank you.
I'll put this one as only administrative correction. All those in favour say aye. All those against say no. I declare it carried, and we're now off to tabling of disclosures of interest returns. Councillor Borg, that's your area apparently.
Yeah, I'm happy to move that motion.
Yes, do we have a seconder?
Yes.
Who was that?
Green.
Councillor Green. I'll put it. All those in favour say aye.
I have a question.
Sorry, do you have a question?
I have a question. I want, through you to the General Manager. General Manager, if the returns aren't put in on time, what happens with that? I mean, I know in State Parliament there's no provision for any extra time. So what is it in local government? What happens?
Mr. Mayor, the legislation requires disclosures to be submitted within 3 months. Failure to submit a timely disclosure would result in a breach of the Code of Conduct and the legislation.
Does that satisfy you, Councillor Sun? Thank you. I will put it. All those in favour say aye. All those against say no. I declare the motion carried, and we now go to audited financial statements and auditors' reports for the year ended 30th of June 2001. Councillor Borg again.
Happy to move.
You're
motion,
moving
Mr.
it?
Mayor.
Sorry?
Yes.
Yep, moving it.
Yes,
Seconder. Seconder. Councillor Green. I think, is there any discussion on this matter? Are there any questions? I'll put it. All those in favour say aye. All those against say no. I declare. Councillor Borg again. Performance Improvement Order, Compliance Reporting, November 2021, CCL 011-24. Councillor Borg.
Yes, I'm happy to move that motion.
Moved by Councillor Borg, seconded by Councillor Marnie.
I'm happy.
Sorry, do you have a question, Councillor Lansbury?
I do have a couple of questions, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
If now is the right time to ask them. Ms. Connolly, I just wanted to highlight I think it was compliance point 9, report 9, there was a date referred to of a council meeting on the 21st of December 2021 when it actually was in 2020. I know it's a letter that's already gone to the Minister, but just in the interest of accuracy, it probably needs to, I'm pretty sure it was number 9.
Okay.
Yeah.
Through you, Mr Mayor, Councillor Lansbury, that was an administrative oversight, Councillor Lansbury, so it will be corrected. Thank you.
And just another couple of questions about the process. It's my understanding that this was the final report that you needed to send to the minister. So does that mean that the performance order is still in place on the new council, or has it sort of resolved itself now?
Was Jenny Ware or the general manager? Maybe the general manager.
The final report was the December report. That was the end of the reporting requirement. So all of council's reports that we have submitted are currently under review by the minister in conjunction with the Office of Local Government. So as far as the breadth of the performance improvement order in the time period, that only applied to the previous council up until the 29th of December. So it did apply to the incoming councillors for a few days.
Thank you, Councillor Lansbury. Is there any further discussion? No. I'll put it. All those in favour say aye. All those against say no. Declare the motion carried. Now we're going to the next performance improvement order, CCL 012-22. Councillor Borg.
Happy to move that, Mayor.
Moved by Councillor Borg, seconded by Councillor Marnie. I'll put it. All, unless there are questions, any questions or any discussion? Okay. I'll put it. All those in favour say aye. All those against say no. I declare it carried. Councillor Borg again. Applications pursuant to Councillor Ward Discretionary Fund Policy, February 2022, item CCL 013-22. Councillor Borg?
Yes, I move that motion, Mr Mayor.
Moved, seconded. Seconded by Councillor Marnie. I think if there are any questions or any debate, none. Okay. I'll put it. All those in favour say aye. All those against say no. I declare it carried. NM 00122, proposed extension of the period of countback of votes to fill councillor vacancies. I will ask if there are any. Is there any objections to this motion? There is no objection. So, Councillor Borg, you're moving it.
No, it's Councillor Teague.
Sorry, Councillor Teague.
Mr Mayor.
It's kidding. Councillor Teague. Who's the seconder? Councillor. Oh, Councillor Symington. You have to use your little red thing. Councillor Teague, do you have any comments on this?
I'm happy to let that stand, Mr Mayor.
Sorry?
I'm happy to just let that go on the text.
Yep, I'll put it. All those in favour say aye. All those against say no. I declare the motion carried. Collaboration opportunity, Hurstville's Big Wash Ban. That's Councillor Liu. Mover by Councillor Liu, seconded by Councillor Symington. Is there any objection to this? It's basically a good news thing. Okay. Do you need to talk to this, Councillor Liu? Could you make it short?
Not much. To try to make sure. I think, council will request the Transport for New South Wales and the owner of the Hurstville Central Shopping Centre to undertake a deep clean. I should say I congratulate the previous years that council did organise this big wash. I think which well welcomed by the community. So this time I think it's a good chance for us different authorities to work together to make it happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I'll put it. All those in favour say aye. Aye. All those against say no. I declare the motion carried. Another one by Councillor Teague, NM 00322, water quality in the Georges River. Is there any objection to this?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I believe Councillor Symington would like to second this motion as well, and I'm happy to let that go without a speech.
Councillor Teague, then Councillor Symington. Did you want to talk to this, Councillor Teague? Sorry? I'll let it go. See, it's my ears. So it's a real problem. I'll get hearing aids. Yes, I'll put it. All those in favour say aye. All those against say no. I declare the motion carried. Congratulations to council officers for Little Lunar Festival 2002 NM 004-22. Councillor Liu, is there any objection to this? Good news story?
Yes.
Oh, seconder. Who's the seconder? Oh, Councillor Kondowski seconds it. Councillor Liu moves it. Councillor Liu, did you want to say anything?
Just add a little bit. I wanted to move as printed in the paper, and also I wanted to say a few words. Because of the COVID in the last 2 years, everyone knows these things has brought significant challenges and changes to the entire world. Yeah, of course, we are part of the world, but it cannot change our blessings and support for each other. So that's why I think these kind of arrangement by council reflecting community spirit with hope and courage. So that's why I wanted to congratulate council staff under the leadership of the acting director, Christy Dott, and and her wonderful team's work. And also because of COVID, I know that council also introduced COVID safety precautions for this little Lunar New Year to make sure that our locals and visitors from the other suburbs are confident enough to come out and get together with crowds. So thank you so much and congratulations. Thank you.
I move the, I'm sorry, I declare the motion carried. So let's go on to the next one. Councillor Liu Kondowski, congratulations to council officers for Summer Streets and in Good Taste Festivals. Seconded. And the seconder. Who was the seconder? Councillor Mayor, thank you. Did you want to say anything, Councillor Mayor?
Thank you.
Councillor Kondowski. That's him.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to thank Director Dodd and her staff for the fantastic job they did over the last few months with the Summer Streets in Good Taste Festival programs. There were 6 events over in Cogra and Hurstville CBD. I just wanted to put out a couple of numbers there. So there were between 20 and 30 stalls at each event, and about 159, 160 in total. There were in excess of 70,000 people that came into our CBDs and attended those events. And I just want to say thank you and well done. Congratulations.
Thank you, Councillor Kondowski. Now, I'll put this one too. All those in favour say aye. All those against say no. I declare it carried. Let's go to the next one. The next one's Councillor Green. Seconder. Councillor Kondowski seconds it. Congratulations. Selection of Gannams Park to host the Cricket New South Wales Youth Championship Finals, NM 006-22. Did you want to say anything, Councillor Green?
Just 2 seconds, Councillor Catras, only because you made such a good mayoral minute early in the night and talked about the great work that's happening at Gannams Park. That's maintained. Those of us who are old enough to remember Gannams Park for the last preceding 40 years would know that it started as a tip, and until this work took place, it was pretty close to still being a tip. Now it's being recognised for state championships. That's what a wonderful job our council staff have done and are doing. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Green. I will put it. All those in favour say aye. All those against say no. I declare it carried. Councillor Nick Smerdley, congratulations and thank you to Olds Park Recreational and Sporting Hardscape Precinct, Sporting Hardscape Precinct, NM 007-22, moved by Councillor Smerdley, seconded by
Councillor Tegg.
Up there. Who was it? Councillor Tegg. Councillor Smerdley, would you like to say a few words?
I do. I rise tonight to move this motion as, like many others, to the significance of the skate park will have to Olds Park. The current state of the ramps there is atrocious, and many community members during the 2021 campaign raised this with me. that they would have to leave the LGA to have their kids skate somewhere. So I really appreciate those involved with this, especially Sandy Grekus and the young children that petitioned the council for this matter, and Minister Mark Currie for obtaining the $1 million funding for the matter. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Smirtley. I will put this one. All those in favour say aye. All those against say no. I declare the motion carried, and we're now going to Councillor Lee's ball with NM 008-22 Council's Code of Meeting Practice Recording of Meetings. I think seconder. Do we have a seconder? But I do Councillor Marnie. Councillor Borg, would you like to? I gather you may have an amendment or so. Okay.
I'd like to move the motion with an amendment, please, Mr. Mayor. And I've given that amendment to the council officers. I've sent through a subsequent one, so let me just see if it's in there. Yeah, so if we could amend item B, where it currently says that council reinstate on council's website the recordings of the council and committee meetings. So just noting the concerns in the director's comments around the time involved in doing this exercise, I'd like to amend that item to say that council reinstate on council's website the recordings of the council meetings for the year 2020. So just scaling back the amount of work there quite substantially, just to restricting it to council meetings and just for the year of 2020. And if I can get a seconder, then I'll speak to that motion, please.
Councillor Marnie, but could I please, Ms. Thornton, because I can't read it from here, I can't. Could we have it read out or something? I can't read it.
Just one moment, Mr. Mayor. We're just adjusting the amendment. Mr. Mayor, I'll read the amended motion for you.
Please.
Sorry, Roxanne. Item A should remain as it was, and item B just changed. So item A will remain as I submitted it. They were retained on the council's website for a period of 4 years, and then retrospectively, just going back to the year 2020.
Hang on. It's just one minute. Thank you, Councillor Borg. And Mr. Mayor, as requested, I will read the amendment to you. Part A, that Council amend clause 4.22 of Council's Code of Meeting Practice so that a recording of each meeting of the Council and Committee of Council be retained on the Council's website for a period of 4 years. Part B, the Council reinstate on Council's website the recordings of the Council meetings for the year 2020. And Part C, that until such time as the Code of Meeting Practice is formally changed, the recordings of all Council and Committee meetings be retained on Council's website for a period of 4 years, plural, from 2020.
I'd just like to ask the General Manager a question. That's from my point of view, and it's up to you if you want to ask further questions. How does that deal with the necessity for increased resources? Could you please give us an opinion on that? And increased staff.
Mr. Mayor, in its amended form, that shouldn't have any resource implications. Council already has the recordings from the previous year on our website, and moving forward, retaining additional recordings for a rolling period of 4 years will not have any impact on our capacity. So the motion is lawful as amended.
Thank you. Councillor Green, you have a...
Yeah, sorry, can I just clarify that? To the General Manager, you just said we've got the recording's there for 12 months, but this amended motion actually goes back to the year 2020. So in fact, that'd be 2 years. Now, if that's from the 31st of December 2020, obviously there's no implication, but is there an implication if it's from the 1st of January 2020? Because there's a significant difference.
General Manager.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, my apologies, I read that as 2020. Yes, it would require an additional year to what is currently on the website. I do think that Councillor Borg is looking for only the council meetings, if that could be clarified, the committee meetings. Yeah.
I've amended the motion based on that so that the level of work is reduced, yes.
Yeah, so yes, Councillor Green, there would be an additional impact on staff to place an additional 12 to 14 meetings. I'm assuming all of the extraordinary meetings would need to be placed as well.
I have a follow-up question, which I think may, if we make it from the year, including the year to 2021, which is already on there, anything before 2020, please correct me, it's a question, but please correct me if I'm wrong. Anything before the year 2021, anything before 2021, the hard copies of the minutes and the agenda are available to anyone, including the councillors. Is that right?
Mr. Mayor, we do keep some of the council meeting recordings on the website, but if we're only retaining the council meetings from 2020, which is what I'm reading up there, not all of the advisory committees or the standing committee meetings, just loading those on for 2020 would be a minimal impact. We'd be looking at around 12 to 16 archives to be retrieved.
I'll say. Saying to us, if it's only the I can't read that, so I'm not even going to remember it. What you're saying to us is that if the motion is as it stands, which only relates to the committee meetings from council meetings, is that right? And you'd be happy with that in terms of staffing?
Mr. Mayor, it still requires some diversion of resources away from frontline customer service. However, it's a significantly lesser impact than the original motion.
Okay. I've got a mover and a seconder. I'll move to discussions on this. People that support this, I'm happy to accept amendments if people want to amend it. But I'll hear debate in support. Yeah, please do.
Can I please have it exactly as it reads, as Councillor Borg's put it up there, but make it that it starts from today. Acknowledging that 2021 is already on the website, and for a rolling 4 years from this day forward. For a rolling 4 years from the video that's already up on our council website, that's from 2021.
Well, you're moving an amendment, but before you move that, I've got to ask a further question. The General Manager, we do have the agenda and the minutes prior to 2021. If anyone wants a webcam of the copy of the webcam, they can get it prior to 2021. And that's already there, isn't it?
Mr. Mayor, certainly all of the minutes are on the website, and at the moment, any person, any member of the public can request access to any of the recordings at any time from Georges River Council. So not limited to 4 years. We've been around for more than 4 years now, glad to say. So any recordings from 2016 that were made, and some were, are also available. So if they exist, any member of the public can request access. So we could certainly accommodate Councillor Elmir's request by making anything prior to 2021 available upon request. That would also significantly reduce the additional workload on staff to retrieve and prepare the video recordings.
So, Councillor, your amendment, please, again, because I can't read it. Sorry.
This might be a good time to also add a point D that the mayor be provided with a screen in front of
For
him.
what? I think it's a good idea.
Because I've noticed that it is hard. You are wearing reading glasses and trying to see something that's pretty far away. So, yes, as Councillor Borg has indicated in her amendment, so reciprocating that, just changing the year, but making it that it is a rolling 4 years from the 2021 webcasts that are provided on our website at the moment, and have that rolling over. So if, say, for instance, February 2021 is up there now, then that'll be provided for 4 years. So that'll be provided up to 2025.
And if they want that,
and then it just rolls over continuously, but there's constantly a 4 years worth of webcasts that will be constantly on our website thereafter.
Okay, so basically, yeah, I take your point. So basically, anybody that wants anything on the webcast, they just look up the business papers and then they ask for the webcast. Okay, that's the amendment.
Yeah, the motion.
Yeah. Will you, Councillor Borg, will you accept that amendment?
That's right.
No, I won't.
No. Okay, so we have an issue here. We have an amendment by Councillor Almere. We need a seconder to Councillor Almere, seconded by Councillor Smedley.
Yes.
Now, Councillor Almere, I think you've actually spoken to it, but if you'd like to, does anyone want to speak? No, the seconder. Would you like to speak to Councillor Smedley? Councillor, sorry?
I want to ask a question.
Oh, you have a question. Thank you.
Okay. I suppose the concern that people have is the ease of accessibility. So when you just go on the website, you can just get that. You can look at what you want to look at. So if a councillor made a request to get a webcast footage of, say 2020, how long would that request take through you to the general manager? I suppose that would maybe alleviate concerns.
Mr. Mayor, depending on the storage and the quality of the video, it could take up to, I estimate, 5 business days. It's generally been around the period of time in the past. So, not very long.
Okay. Councillor Borg, would you like to speak against the amendment as you're the mover of the original amendment?
Yes, I would. I would like to speak against it. I think it's important that the council does reinstate meetings back to the year of 2020. We have some very big issues that occurred during that year that are still ongoing. I think for the interest of transparency to the community, they be reinstated on the council's website so that they're easily accessible and available. I believe that the general manager has acknowledged that it's only 15 or 16 videos or recordings that would need to be reinstated, and I would argue that doing that in one process in one go would probably require less staffing effort than if it was to be done on a one-by-one basis on request, and they'd have to be retrieved from archive on an individual basis. So I think in the interest of transparency and to get the process done and available for the community, I would request that the motion revert back to my original amendment, which is that the recordings from 2020 be reinstated, and that from now onwards there's a rolling 4 years of webcasts available on the council's website.
Thank you. Does any councillor want to speak for the amendment?
Can I just ask a question?
By all means, councillor.
To the general manager, and this might be a difficult question to answer, so I understand if you can't. How many people ask for recordings of council meetings that go back longer than the 12 months? How many applications would you receive in a month, in a year, for recordings, or a day of recordings of meetings that are older than 1 year?
Mr. Mayor, to my knowledge, we've only ever received 2 requests for recordings, and they have been for the period during the last 12 months, and the request has only been for higher quality video recordings to be provided, not additional recordings. And can I remind all councillors to please stand when they're addressing the meeting?
Sorry, my further question, Mr. Mayor, is just to clarify. So in the period of 2020, which we're discussing, at this time, there's been no applications by anyone for those recordings. Just need to clarify that, because we may be discussing something that is irrelevant and is potentially going to cost a large amount of staff resourcing for something that isn't required.
Mr. Mayor, I can confirm that's correct. We haven't received any requests.
I have a question, please, Mr. I'd just like to clarify the comments just made that it would require a large...
No, unless there's a request for a clarification.
Yes, I'd like clarification then on the amount of resourcing. Councillor Green just said that it would be a large amount of resourcing.
Fair enough. You're asking for a clarification.
Yes, please.
Yes, by all means. Sorry? Okay.
Yeah, I'm happy to clarify in that resourcing would be in any way greater than what is current, which is none. So whatever we provide, whether it's 1 hour or 1 week, it's greater resourcing than we currently provide.
Okay, thank you. Look, I'll put it because I think it's going round and round. Councillors, we are now voting on the amendment. Oh, did you want to talk, Councillor Amir?
Can I go to right?
Yes, you do.
Oh. Mr. Mayor, we have, I think there are many things in the past that we'd probably like to forget and not be reminded about, but especially on this council. But Mr. Mayor, I think what's important is that we do not allocate any further resources than what's absolutely necessary to tasks that are retrospective, that are really not going to deliver us anything of benefit. Now, if someone wants a video prior to the ones that are available on the website, then by all means, I think that would be a request made to council officers. It would be paid for by them. So therefore, any allocation of resources that would need to be undertaken to extract that video will be like a use pay system, from my understanding. Is that correct?
Mr. Mayor, that's correct. If there was a requirement to download a video from archive and increase the quality, it would be provided usually through an open access request.
Perfect. So it's on a user pay system almost. So anything that anyone wants from a member of the public, a councillor, a former councillor, ICAC, lawyers, whatever it may be, they can make the request. They can ask for that. They'll pay for it. It will be extracted and it will be provided to them. Right now, understandably, interested members of the community as well, if they wanted further information, if they cannot get that from the hard copies that are provided on the website that include the minutes of decisions that councillors have made prior to that time, then they will make a request for that video. So councillors, just consider it. We are a new term of council. I'm all for making things better in this new term of council and working collaboratively so that we can do this. I don't believe that we need to go back further and further and further, because where does it actually stop? Okay, so councillors, just consider that for a moment, and that's why I would commend to you that support the motion that has 2021. I really hope that Councillor Ball would have actually accepted that rather than going back further for those 12 months, because I think it's just the sensible thing to do, because that is what's available to us now. And by all means, make it available for 4 years from here on in. All for it. Thank you.
Thank you. At this stage, is there any more discussion? Oh, that's right.
Yes, can I speak?
No, no. Councillor Amir used his right of reply. I'll put it, councillors. I think we'll have to go around the table again.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll ask for your vote, please, on Councillor Elmir's amendment.
I'm for the amendment.
Councillor Borg.
Against.
Councillor Elmir.
For.
Councillor Green.
For.
Councillor Jamieson.
Against.
Councillor Kunjarski.
For.
Councillor Lansbury.
Against.
Councillor Liu,
For.
Councillor Marnie,
Against.
Councillor Mort,
Against.
Councillor Smerdley,
For.
Councillor Stratokopoulos,
For.
Councillor Symington, Councillor Teague,
Apologies, I'm mute. For.
thank you, and Councillor Wang.
Against.
9-4.
We have 6 against and 9 for. I declare the amendment. I declare the amendment carried. The amendment becomes the motion, and I'll put the motion. So I don't know. Do we really need to go around? Oh, well, I suppose we do. Let's go around the table again.
Mr. Mayor, your vote on the motion, please.
Sorry.
Your vote on the motion, please.
For.
Councillor Borg,
For the motion.
Councillor Elmia,
For.
Councillor Green,
For.
Councillor Jamieson,
For.
Councillor Konjarski,
For.
Councillor Lansbury,
For.
Councillor Liu,
For.
Councillor Marnie,
For.
Councillor Mort,
For.
Councillor Smerdley,
For.
Councillor Stratokopoulos,
For.
Councillor Symington,
For.
Councillor Teague,
For.
Councillor Wang.
For.
That's unanimous, Mr. Mayor.
Unanimous decision and declare it carried. We now go to Councillor Warren Teague, NM 009-22, accessible mobility parking in Georges River. I'll ask, is anyone? Councillor Warren Teague. We have a mover and we have a seconder in Councillor Symington. Is anyone against this one? Councillor Teague, do you want to speak to this?
No, I'm happy to move the motion standing.
Okay, it's been moved, seconded, and I'll put it. All those in favour say aye. Aye. All those against say no. I declare the motion carried unanimously. NM 010-22, request to acknowledge, thank former Georges River councillors 2017-2021, Councillor Peter Marnie. You're moving it, Councillor Marnie, seconded by Councillor Lansbury. Now, would Councillor Marnie like to address the council on his motion?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd just like to put the motion as it's put there. I've had a bit of advice from the directors. I can see in the report they're against. I mean, there's talk about personalities involved in, the previous councillors. All I'm saying is that any council that stands has worked hard. In some cases, I think 20 to 30 years. And I just think the motion should be supported, because just to acknowledge the service of councillors, whether it was maybe good or not so good. The fact is, these people stood up, ran for election a few times, most of them, and that's it basically.
Councillor Marnie, we cannot, I've just been informed that, because my hard of hearing, but I've just been informed that you can't criticise the directors as who's against them, etc. So,
I beg your pardon, Mr. Mayor, I didn't mean to say, I wasn't criticising the director. All I was saying is that the director's report does mention councillors going through different processes, that's all, and I don't particularly agree with that, but it's not a criticism.
okay, fair enough. I appreciate that. Now we have the seconder can speak to this. Yeah, Councillor Lansbury.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Yes, I would like to support this. When I saw this on the paper the other night, I thought that's nice. It's a goodwill, bit of goodwill in Georges River Council, acknowledging some of the former councillors, which, as we all know, those of us who've been doing this for a while, it's a big commitment as a councillor. And I reckon I've spent, without word of a doubt, 30 hours in the last week on council stuff alone. I also have a full-time job. And to acknowledge and thank councillors who have spent many, many years doing this job. And let's face it, we don't do it for the money. We do it because we believe in getting outcomes from our community. I think we should be acknowledging them. I thought, when I saw the motion, I thought that's great. I did want to highlight that I think one of the there might have been an omission to it for one of the councillors, councillor who I believe served 2 terms at the former Hurstville Council, and I believe Councillor Badalati served 7 terms as mayor. When I saw that, I thought that's really nice, and then I read the director's comment, and all I can say is, wow, you know, certain people are not even in the building anymore, and they're still being disparaged. And I'm sorry, that is, to me, I think it's pretty insulting that without even naming names, it's fairly clear what the comments are directed at, and I think they're entirely inappropriate, and I do believe that they should be withdrawn. There are some of the councillors that served on the former Hurstville Council that now that they've left the building, all of that corporate knowledge has left with them. And there's only, I think, Councillor Liu, you would be the only former Hurstville councillor here, is that correct? That's still, yeah, so it's on you. You're the one that we're going to lean on for all of the information about the former Hurstville, because we need it. I was on Kogarah Council for 12 years, but I wasn't that aware of what went on at Hurstville. And I just think we need to actually embrace the fact that people have donated a lot of their time over and above what we ever would have been compensated for financially, and they've done it for a number of years, many of them, and can't we just acknowledge that? I don't understand why there would be a problem. Within the comments, it talks about censured for the breaches of the code of conduct. Well, we thanked Councillor Grekus earlier for all of the work that she did associated with the skate park at Olds Park. I would never diminish Councillor Grekus's amazing contribution to this term of council, but that comment actually is directed at her as well. So I don't know if it's procedurally, if it could even be done, but I would certainly like to acknowledge and thank all of the former councillors from the Georges River, and I don't know if we can actually withdraw this comment, but I just think it needs to be thought about very seriously. About it's not appropriate, it's not impartial, it's very judgmental, and I mean it's entirely inappropriate.
Councillor,
Point of order, Mr. Mayor. Point of order. That
Councillor
Lansbury is reflecting on the officers, and she should withdraw that statement.
Please withdraw that statement, Councillor. Well, you're.
Mr. Mayor,
what's your reason
is the
for not
director's
withdrawing?
comment known to be withdrawn?
Sorry?
Because the director's comment is very offensive to the former councillors from Georges River Council.
To do what? What was that? It's very offensive.
She's got to withdraw that statement, Mr. Mayor.
Sorry? Can you please repeat what you just said?
I said, is the director's comment going to be withdrawn because it's very offensive to the former councillors from Georges River Council?
Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, General Manager.
Mr. Mayor, the comment has been published. Councillor Lansbury is entitled to her view. I disagree, and that's why the comment has been published. Those statements are factual.
Mr. Mayor, it's not up to councillors to debate a request to withdraw a statement that you believe should be withdrawn. If Councillor Lansbury won't withdraw that statement, the only option left to her is to move a dissent in the ruling of the chair, or for us to ask her to move a motion to ask her to leave the chamber and leave the meeting.
So, Councillor Chair, what particular statement are you asking?
The order of this meeting is maintained when you obey the rulings of the chair, and the chair's asked you to withdraw, and that's what has to happen. That's how this meeting
Mr. Mayor,
is
what
run.
particular comment are you asking me to withdraw?
Yeah, look, the comment really is, the comments that you made was that the comments made by the staff that were totally inappropriate and offensive. So if you could just withdraw that statement, we can move on.
I can withdraw it, but I've already said it and everyone's heard it.
Sorry, what was that? I'm sorry.
I said I can withdraw it, Mr. Mayor, but everybody's heard me say it.
Well, if you withdraw it, then you're complying with the code of conduct and the code of meeting practice. It's not your job to actually speak on behalf of Councillor Lansbury's comments. Councillor Lansbury?
Said Mr. Mayor, I can withdraw it.
Oh, you can withdraw it. Okay, so it's been withdrawn, and we'll leave it at that. Okay. Did you have a question?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Just a comment, really. I'm just concerned those.
I won't take any discussion.
I'd like to speak against the motion if now's the time for that.
Who's sorry?
As Councillor Tegg, I'd like to speak against the motion if that's what we're still
Oh,
speaking to the motion.
Which? Oh,
Just one moment,
yes.
Councillor Tegg. Councillor Marnie has the floor with a question.
Yeah,
My
you have a
apologies.
question. I'm asking. It's got to be a question, Councillor Marnie.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, does it appear that those comments by the director of that report reflect on all those councillors? Yeah, do the comments in that report apply to all the councillors?
Oh, no.
Mr. Mayor, the comment says that thanking councillors reflect on potential reputational damage to council and thanking councillors who are currently subject to ongoing and active investigations by external agencies. And I think everyone is aware of who that is. Councillors who are formally disciplined and suspended from civic office. We've only had that happen to one councillor twice during the period. Subject to performance improvement order. All councillors were subject to that order. Some of them have been re-elected. Some have been sanctioned for breaches of the code and some have engaged in significant acts of disorder. So it's a judgment call from councillors as to whether or not they want to separate out all councillors or not proceed with the motion.
I think that answers your question. Councillor Tegg, you want to speak against the motion?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Look, I'll just speak briefly on this, councillors. I worked closely with all of the councillors who've not been returned, and I enjoyed working with most of them. The officer's recommendation here is very sensible, councillors. While we might want to individually pick out those councillors whom we think covered themselves in glory during their terms on council and those who didn't, if any individual councillor wants to get some letterhead and send a thank you to those councillors, I'm sure that the staff will help them forward them to the correct address. Those councillors, as were all councillors, were thanked for their time before the election, because while many of us recontested, none of us were guaranteed to be returned, and some of us were lucky enough to be. But at the end of the day, the council should not, for the very clever and discreetly described reasons put forward by the officer's recommendation, not align ourselves, not thank those members of all of the former councillors because of the very good reasons that are set out there. Like it is, I appreciate Councillor Marnie put this motion forward in good faith, wanting to reflect upon the council that went before him. But at the end of the day, we are in a situation where we cannot, in good conscience, as a council, align ourselves as a new council with the behaviour and the behaviours of several of the former councillors. If we don't want to preempt the outcomes of any of the ongoing investigations, and nor should we, but nor should we tie ourselves to that particular boat. So, councillors, I'm going to vote against the motion. Those councillors who I served with, who have my thanks, have had that communicated to them directly. And if any of you want to do the same, I encourage you to do so. But as a council, I don't think we can tie ourselves to that boat, and so I don't think we should be supporting the motion before the chair.
Thank you, Councillor Tegg. Is there any further discussion on this? Councillor Elmere.
Sorry. Yes.
Councillor.
I have a question, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Pinjovsky. Councillor Pinjovsky, sorry.
The last point there, point C, I move that council acknowledges. Does council include each of the councillors, or will that letter be from the GM?
The GM can answer that.
Mr. Mayor, ordinarily, if it's a council acknowledgement, then the Mayor writes. If the motion specifically says the GM, then the General Manager will write the letter of thanks and acknowledgement. So in this instance, the Mayor would be writing the letters on behalf of the entire elected body.
Any further discussion? Is it Councillor Amir? I'll let this discussion go on because I think it's
Yeah,
rather
speaker
involved.
against.
Sorry?
I'm a speaker against.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, I'm speaking against this motion because, as Councillor Marty was trying to make the point earlier, that and Councillor Lansbury, that sometimes it's good to acknowledge all the work that people do and all that sort of stuff. I think we all put our hand up to represent the community and run for elected office, not looking for gratification, but to serve, and that is to serve the community, not so that we can be thanked for the work that we do, right? Thanks are something that people provide out of, if I want to turn around and say, well, thank you, Councillor so-and-so, for assisting me on this, or assisting our community on this, and that's fair enough. But as councillors, we don't look for thanks, and I think that's really important. I don't believe that any one of those councillors would have been putting their hand up to receive a thanks thereafter. We do provide a word of thanks, probably at the end of a council term, as I was mentioning to Councillor Marnie just earlier. And as colleagues, I think it's important that there is a respectful relationship come the end of term council, that, look, we may have agreed or disagreed on certain matters of opinion or things that were before us, but I want to say thanks for giving me an opportunity to work with you or providing my view to you and you respecting that. Now, on the other points that were made earlier as well, I think it's really important. Look, councillors, every single one of those councillors mentioned before is in the motion there, and also former councillors that I've worked with from Cogra. You go out there and you sort of, you have a laugh, you have a meal, you have a drink, post council, and you move on. But we also had a term of council earlier that was a bit challenging, and it was a bit robust. And unfortunately, there were things that resulted from that term of council that I think we would much prefer to put behind us, right? Councillors, it's been reported, like we've cost the council, there is a cost on council of over $1.2 million in legal fees. There are ongoing investigations. There are, there are so many things that I think we should just sort of step away from that. We move on. We look at what we're going to be doing over the next 4 years, and I think it's probably best left at that. So, councillors, just remember, we do not do this for gratification. We do this to serve. And let's just continue serving. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mayor. I will actually put it. We've had 2 for and 2 against, and I think we're going to have to go around the table. Oh, sorry, Councillor. You have a right of reply if you'd like.
No, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right, I'll put it. All these, we'll have to go around the table, Ms. Thorpe.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, I'll ask for your vote on the motion, please.
I'm against it.
Councillor Ball.
For the motion.
Councillor Elmire.
Against.
Councillor Green.
Against.
Councillor Jamieson.
For.
Councillor Konjarski.
Against, thank you.
Councillor Lansbury.
For.
Councillor Liu.
Against.
Councillor Marnie.
For.
Councillor Mort.
For.
Councillor Smerdley.
Against.
Councillor Stratokopoulos.
Against.
Councillor Symington. Councillor Tegg.
Against.
Councillor Wang.
For.
Yeah.
9 votes for, 6 against.
I declare the motion lost. We're now going to, sorry?
I think I said it the wrong way around, and for clarity, Mr. Mayor, I would like to correct that.
Please.
It's 9 votes against and 6 votes for. I did read that incorrectly.
Thank you. Now we're going to NM 011-22 Beverly Hills Commuter Car Park. Loss of public car parking. Councillor Symington, you're moving it. The seconder. Councillor Luke. Councillor Symington,
Thank you, Mr.
I presume you want to say a few words.
Yeah, I want to speak to this. Councillors, it seems that Transport for New South Wales has decided to share its special branded cheer with Georges River Council, and it's not even Christmas yet. It comes in the form of a compulsory acquisition notice and the loss of 107 essential parking spaces that are vital for the continued viability of the Beverly Hills commercial precinct. I can't see anything fair or equitable at all about refusing to allow access to the planned commuter car park. Let's not forget when the clearways were implemented from the M5 to Stony Creek Road, which was in December 2019, and 62 spaces were removed from King George's Road, that Transport for New South Wales justified that by saying there was the 107 spaces in Edgbaston Road, and they did small upgrades or provided funding for Frederick and Beresford Avenue, which combined to be 130 spaces. You fast forward to 2022, they take 107 spaces away, and we've got a total of 23 spaces left when that commuter car park is built. That doesn't seem like a very good deal to the community to me. It will have dire consequences for all businesses located, and I believe it has the potential to kill the precinct. Look at what happened to Canterbury Road at Punchbowl. It's a ghost town with empty shops and there's no parking. The reality is that there needs to be adequate parking to support the local businesses. After all the hardships of the pandemic and lockdowns, we need to support these business owners and make things even not impossibly harder. I can envisage people driving around and around and around in circles whilst competing with residents for on-street parking, and then not wanting to visit businesses and in the precinct because it's just too difficult. Why are bureaucrats allowed to make these decisions without any care for the consequences of the local community? It defies logic and they're so out of touch. On one hand, we're being encouraged to dine and discover with vouchers accepted, but in one foul swoop, the economic recovery and sustainability of the Beverly Hills shopping precinct is put in jeopardy because of an ill thought out decision. I acknowledge that the member for Oatley has made submissions in support of parking being reinstated, and I would expect nothing less from the state member. The state government should deliver these parking spaces back to the Beverly Hills business community so they are not decimated by an ill-conceived bureaucratic decision. I also want to put on record that residents have raised concerns with me that the community consultation process will not be meaningful and will be just ticking the box exercise. And considering the track record of Transport for New South Wales not listening to communities, I believe their concerns are justified. Councillors, parking needs to be provided. It's not negotiable, and Transport for New South Wales needs to review its decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Symington. Councillor Lemire, you've got your light on. Did you want to talk, or did Councillor Liu? Are you?
You're the second.
You're the seconder.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Symington, to stand up and represent the local community for this issue. Before the last election, or even during the last election, I have been, talking with the local residents and local businesses and listening to their concerns. So that's why I fully understand where Councillor Symington is coming from for this issue, for this motion. And I have been constantly talking with our local state MP, the Honourable Mark Curry. I fully acknowledge he is taking his role to support Council's position and provision. So that's why I support this motion 100%. Thank you.
Councillors, I don't know if anyone's speaking against it. No? I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Aye. All those against? I declare the motion carried, and we go to notice of motion number 12. Reporting of Georges River Council's annual grant funding application. Councillor Elise Borg.
Yes, I'd like to move that amendment, Mr. Mayor, move that motion with an amendment, which has been sent to council officers. If the staff could just, I have sent a further update.
We're just making those changes to the minutes now.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Bork. We'll just wait for it to appear on the screen.
So Roxanne, just for clarity, I'll be removing item A. It's just the second, what's on the screen as the amendment there. So that the amendment is that council develop an incoming grants register that's added to council's website on the donations, grants and grants and sponsorship register page. The incoming grants register is to include the following information, and if we could just add this bit, and grants are to be added to the register when they are reported to council via Merrill Minute or other reports. And grants are to be added to the register when they are reported to council via Merrill Minute
reported to council via Merrill Minute.
Merrill Minute or other reports. And, yeah. Yeah,
Thank
and
you.
if I could second that, and if I could speak to that motion.
Could we have that read out, and please?
Yep.
For my purposes.
Would you like me to read it, or Roxanne, would you like to read it?
No, because I can hear her better.
Okay.
Ms. Thornton.
The motion that's been moved by Councillor Borg. We'll confirm the wording and then we'll ask for a seconder. The council develop an incoming grants register that is added to council's website on the donations, grants and sponsorship register page. The incoming grants register is to include the following information, and grants are to be added to the register after they are reported to council via a Merrill Minute or other reports. Name of the grant, who the grant is from, total amount of the grant, date the grant was received, projects funded by the grant.
I'll have a seconder now. Councillor Lansbury. Yes. Elise, I think you just spoke to it, but would you like?
Yeah, a couple of short words. Yes, if I could, I haven't spoken to it yet. So,
all right.
Yes, Councillor.
I'll let you speak to it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks. So councillors, this motion is just in the interest of transparency for the community. Council does have a register of outgoing grants available on the website, and I think one of our speakers earlier tonight made reference to that and also pointed out that there is no register that captures the incoming grants that are received. So the council reports on the outgoing sponsorship and the incoming sponsorship, but not the incoming grants. So this motion just proposes that we create a register similar to the ones that already exist for those other purposes, to inform the community of what grant monies are received and what projects the grants funding are directed to. So that the register can be updated as reported to council. I reflected on the comments from the Chief Financial Officer in the on the business paper, where my earlier motion was going to take up quite some time, and hopefully this amended motion will very much streamline that. So it's a once-off exercise to add the grants to that register as they are received. So that's I hope you can support the motion in the interest of transparency.
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you, Councillor Bork. Councillor Lansbury, you're the seconder. Do you want to add anything?
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. I'll just speak quickly to it. I understand where Councillor Borg is coming from with this particular motion. Our council officers are very good at obtaining grants, and there's so many projects that go on within the LGA that it's very hard for us as councillors, let alone for the average resident, to really know what's funded by grant funding, what's funded by council, or combination of the two. And there are so many different components. And I was sort of well acquainted with this over the last few weeks when I was curious about some of the Stronger Communities grant funding, and it's not easy to find. You have to actually really, maybe my search functions are not great, but I think it would be great if we did have like a central register. It surely won't be too difficult to build. I have every faith in our IT people that they would be able to do it. Just basically a register of money coming in and where it's going. And councillors do like to know what's available so that they can pretty much lobby, I guess is probably a good way of putting it, for particular grant funding to go in a certain direction, but often we don't know about it until later. And it's also difficult for us to know because we're not working with it on a daily basis. Our council officers are aware of everything that's available, so I'm quite sure they apply for just about everything that's going. It would be very helpful for us as councillors to know the sorts of projects that can be funded by particular grants so that perhaps we could look out for them ourselves in future. You know, I've got something on the business paper coming up which is very similar to that, and anyway, I can talk about that when it gets to that, but I just would encourage everybody to support this. I think this would be a really good initiative.
Councillor, I will take a discussion on speaking against. Was that you, Councillor Nair?
I have a couple of questions, Mr. Mayor.
By all means, ask the questions.
A question through you, Mr. Mayor. I'd just like to know, do we have a rough idea of how many grants we receive per year?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Elweir, it varies from year to year. We have a couple of recurring large grants every year that are distributed across many areas. For example, the financial assistance grant. It really depends on how successful we are. So some years we are very successful, we can have up to 50 or so. Other years, not so much. It really varies. We do apply for hundreds of grants every year in accordance with the priorities set by council in the Capital Works program, and of course all of our adopted plans of management strategies, etc., etc. So anything that's in that program or adopted by council already is prioritised for grant funding.
Which leads me into my second question, Mr. Mayor, and I think the General Manager maybe touched on it there. When we apply for these grants, operationally, are these grants that we apply for hoping to really just hit the jackpot to then allocate it to whatever we want, or is this for specific tasks that we may be looking to get assistance from state or federal government, for instance, or yeah, so.
Mr. Mayor, most of the time these grants are specifically targeted. So, for example, we'll have a skate park in our Capital Works program. We have no funding, and then congratulations, we receive funding from the state or federal government. It's very rare that we hit the jackpot and get an election promise that delivers us money, manna from heaven, without having to go through a grant program. It has happened before, but it's only usually in the lead up to a federal or state election. So most of the time the applications are very targeted towards particular programs.
Because I just wanted to touch on that point through this question, as Councillor Lansley just alluded to earlier when she was speaking, is that maybe there are projects that we wish to allocate money to. So that's generally not the case. Even if we do get an allocation of grants, they would be specified for something that it must be spent in this area. We can't just go around and just reallocate that money to something else or like whatever project it may be.
Mr. Mayor, that's correct. Sometimes the categories are broad, so we may apply for, for example, the Local Roads and Community Infrastructure Fund is for certain types of infrastructure. There's about 5 categories, and we would apply across all 5 categories, and then we apply those grants to new projects, footpaths, etc., etc. Sometimes the grant categories are very specific, for example, just for a skate park. So it's really horses for courses depending on how the particular program is structured. But once again, I say that all of our applications are prioritised in accordance with Capital Works programs or plans of management or strategies that have been adopted by council.
A further question through you, Mr. Mayor, is will this require any extra resourcing or a difference in how we approach reporting from here on in because I do recognise that there are a number of motions that are similar to this that follow thereafter. And I echo my thoughts, copy and paste what I've mentioned earlier. But when it comes to this, is there any extra resourcing, any extra time, money that's spent in this space that we need to now account for, and whether that would affect, for instance, our long-term financial plan or 10-year financial plan?
Mr. Mayor, the amended motion calls for the creation of a register, which obviously will require the allocation of resources towards that project. Unfortunately, the motion is vague in terms of when this would commence, but I will assume, perhaps incorrectly, that it's from this point forward and won't be retrospective. So there will be the creation and then the ongoing establishment and maintenance of the register. As the motion has been amended, it speaks to adding to the register after reports to council. So we currently report quarterly as part of the quarterly budget review on all of our grants, and also biannually on the Merrill Minute. So on at least 6 occasions per year we would have to update the register with information that's already been published in council reports.
Councillor O'Meara. Oops. I have a question. If I do have a question. You touched on the General Manager. Obviously, you'll agree, and I'm sure that everybody around this horseshoe would want to know what grants we were successful in and what it means to us as a council with regards to grants. You just touched on what's in place at the present moment. Could you elaborate on that a little bit more in detail as to what's in place for the councillors to know what grants I'm not talking about prioritising the grants, because I'm just talking about bringing to the attention of council what grants we've been successful and what they're for. Basically, that's possibly the extent of the grant.
Mr. Mayor, the current operational reporting includes quarterly budget review reports to council, which detail the nature and the expenditure of grants that have been received and where that expenditure has flowed to. So, for example, our capital works program, as councillors are aware, is mostly grant funded or funded from restricted reserves. So that information is reported quarterly by the Chief Financial Officer in her quarterly budget reviews. In addition to that quarterly reporting, we also report by Merrill Minutes every 6 months, roughly, depending on when we get the grants, but generally twice a year on the success that we've had in procuring grant funding. And the details of those Merrill Minutes usually contain most of the information that Councillor Borg is proposing in her amended motion. So that level of detail is provided in the quarterly budget reports and also in the Merrill Minutes. In addition, when grants are received and they are put towards the capital works, and for example, the skate park is a recent example, that project is brought forward, we go to tender, the source of that funding and the grant funding is also reported as part of the tender report. Councillor Symington moved to report tonight on the Hurstville Open Pavilion, which is also the subject of a successful grant application. So from time to time, when these works are able to be brought forward from the program and funded and go to tender, that's additional reporting that is done in terms of where the source of funding comes from. So yes, there are absolutely 6 regular reports that go to council, and in addition there are ad hoc reports that go up when projects are brought forward because we have obtained a grant funding. So it does happen fairly regularly and through a variety of different reports.
Councillor Green.
Yeah, I'm looking at the amendment. I'm at this stage very confident that I could support it in terms of the way it's now phrased. I didn't have that confidence earlier with the original motion. But the reason I say that, I just want to clarify, without wishing to downplay and underplay the resourcing levels, the information that's required there in those 5 dot points my recollection is the same 5 pieces of information that would be certainly in a mayoral minute, and I think also, without double checking, in those quarterly reports. So wouldn't it be a case of basically cutting and pasting that information into this new register? And if that's the case, would that be a minimal resource allocation? I'm just confirming, because if that's the case, I'd be happy to support this motion.
Mr. Mayor, when I review the director's comment for the first, the original motion, the estimate was it would require additional non-budgeted funds of around 0.5 of an FTE, which is around $50,000 per year in the employee cost budget, to provide these additional quarterly reports. Whilst Mr. Mayor, Councillor Green is correct in that the information is already being provided in various formats, additional resourcing would still need to be required to create and maintain the register. Obviously, the bulk of that work would be upfront and then followed by the 6 or so times a year, and in between with the ad hoc grants that we may receive. So there would be an ongoing resource implication for that additional work in maintaining the register and keeping it up to date. It does not exist at the moment.
I know this might be a very hard question to the General Manager, but when we're talking about additional, I'm just going on what Councillor Green is saying. It can be $1, it can be $50,000. Do we have, I mean, you know, it's obviously not going to be half a full-time staff or whatever it was, FTE. Are we talking about the additional resources involving a significant, substantial amount, General Manager? I know it's a difficult question to answer, but I'm just thinking if it's going to be a custom page job.
Mr. Mayor, perhaps I can sum it up like this. When we put our application to IPART, the council said that it would embark on a strategy of productivity improvements and cost efficiencies. The IPART approved our application on the basis that we would do that work. So we are committed to maintaining and improving our productivity and committed to further cost containment. Whilst this one motion on its own in isolation can be considered a very minimal impact on resources, my concern is over time this council has now adopted a series of operational reports that, when you add them all together, and this will be another one, when you add them all together, the cumulative impact on our resourcing is indeed large. So when read and considered in isolation, they are not too bad. But when we now add up the sum total of operational reports that are put to council, that does require additional resourcing. Councillors may recall that we are very stretched in terms of responding to customer service requests and correspondence at the moment. Not so long ago, we put a request to council for additional resourcing, and instead of council agreeing to additional resources, the council resolved to lower our service standards in terms of response times to customers. My concern is that our response times to customers will be lowered again if we continue to add operational report upon operational report or register upon register without the adequate resourcing. Please, councillors, do not get me wrong, I am happy to perform the work, but we will require additional resourcing because the cumulative impact of all of this extra operational and administrative burden on the staff can no longer be absorbed.
Mr. Mayor, I've got a question.
By all means, Councillor.
Mr. Mayor, as Councillor Borg was speaking to this earlier, Councillor Borg made a point about being transparent. I just want to know through you, Mr. Mayor, is there a minimum threshold by which we're not meeting in terms of being transparent to the community? Is there something that a baseline of some sort that says we need to be more transparent in certain fields, and have we not provided that already through the operations of council at the moment.
Through you, Mr Mayor, there is no minimum baseline apart from the reporting standards in our quarterly budget review reports. So we go above and beyond that at the moment. We also report in, as I said before, the twice annual mayoral minutes, and also on an ad hoc basis when we receive grants, and then we go to tender and tender for a project on that basis. So essentially only the budget quarterly review is our minimum standard.
So to pretty much make that very succinct, we are meeting what we're required to do and above and beyond almost.
Mr Mayor, that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Just a question, Mr Mayor. Just to the General Manager through you, Mr Mayor. How many requests do you get for lists of grants that council has applied for? So the information that's provided on this page, how often have you been asked for it and been unable to provide it?
Mr Mayor, we receive one-off individual requests rather than requests for access to a register. We do have one particular resident who frequently writes in and asks queries around our quarterly budget review reports and grants associated with that, but that's about the extent of the popularity of that request. Usually only one, maybe two residents a year would write in and ask requests around grants, and those questions are usually confined to particular projects.
Is there any further discussion on this? Sorry.
Could I have my
you're right of reply. You're right of reply, Councillor Ball. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillors, I don't want us to overcomplicate this motion. This register, I believe, will help us as councillors be informed about the grant monies that we are receiving from various government sources and be aware of where money is being spent across the community, so that hopefully we are more informed when we make decisions. At the moment, I've listened to the many different places that the grants are reported: mayoral minutes, quarterly budget review, in tender reports, and there's no way of bringing that all together currently. And this is a register that will help us as councillors be more informed of what money the council is receiving and where that money is going. So I really encourage you to support this motion. I think that the resources required will be well spent, so that we are more informed as councillors to make decisions on behalf of the community. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion on this one? No? I will put it, but I think we're going to go around the table again. Ms. Thornton.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'll start with your vote, please, on voting of NM 012.
I'm against the motion.
Councillor Borg.
For the motion.
Councillor Elmere.
Against.
Councillor Green.
Against.
Councillor Jamieson.
For.
Councillor Konjaski.
I'm against. Thank you.
Councillor Lansbury. For. Councillor Liu.
Against.
Councillor Marnie.
For.
Councillor Mort.
For.
Councillor Smerdley.
Against.
Councillor Stratokopoulos.
Against.
Councillor Symington. Councillor Tegg.
Against.
Councillor Wang.
For.
7 votes for. 8 votes against.
I declare the motion lost. We'll now go to the next one. Councillor Ball, NM Notice of Motion number 13, reporting on local roads and community infrastructure and financial assistance grants process.
Yeah, Mr Mayor, I'm happy to move this motion with an amendment. If we could just have a report to the council on phase 3 funding allocation to be received in July 2022 of the Local Roads and Community Infrastructure Fund. And whether that...
Do we have a seconder? Councillor Marnie. Sorry? Yeah.
To the, I didn't
No,
say
we're
July
just going to put it up. Yeah.
meeting. So the motion would read that the General Manager prepare a report to the March Council meeting indicating whether the grant listed below has been fully allocated, and if so, if the General Manager can provide an itemised breakdown of how the grant was allocated. And you can just leave phase 3 funding allocation of 1.4 million. So hopefully that won't take up too much resources to answer that question.
Mr. Mayor, for you, I will read this out.
Yes.
Thank you. The slightly amended wording as confirmed with Councillor Borg. Councillor Borg, please tell me if any of this is incorrect. We do believe we have it accurate. That the General Manager prepare a report to the March Council meeting which indicates whether the grant listed below has been fully allocated, and if so, the General Manager is to provide an itemised breakdown of how the grant was allocated. Point I, local roads and community infrastructure. Phase 3, funding allocation to be received in July 2022, an amount of $1,412,090.
That's correct, yes, thank you.
We have a seconder in the Councillor Marnie. Would anyone like to speak against or for?
Can I just ask a question?
Sorry?
Can I just ask a question?
Yes, please.
My question through you, Mr. Mayor, to the General Manager is it the phase 3 funding allocation to be determined in the budget determinations that will take place ultimately between March and the finalisation of the budget in June? So therefore, wouldn't it be very difficult to do that before the budget's actually confirmed?
Mr. Mayor, councillors would have been taken through the funding allocation as part of the budget briefing process over the next 4 weeks. So my understanding is that most of this phase 3 funding allocation has been allocated by staff to projects. I'm just looking, we don't have the director in the building. But my understanding is that we have targeted projects for this, so 90% sure that most of this allocation has already been achieved, but it would have been something that we once again would have gone through as part of the budget briefing in the coming 4 to 6 weeks.
Councillors, is there a discussion for? Councillor Borg?
No, I'm happy for you to put the motion.
Okay. Well, unless there's a discussion against, Councillor Green.
Sorry, so can I just reconfirm that? What's actually being asked for at the March Council meeting will actually be information that is provided to councillors over, I think it's 5 budget briefing sessions. And I'm just trying to work out how those two things are going to align and why we're doing this for the March Council meeting on a report, which is the information that will be provided to councillors, as I say, in those briefings. And again, additional resourcing duplication.
Just a question, Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
I'd like to clarify that I did submit this as a question as a councillor request and was given advice that I should put it on as a notice of motion on the council business paper. So that is why I would like the motion to be put, because I was advised that that was the process that I should follow.
Sarah,
That's correct, Mr. Mayor. The original motion as lodged by Councillor Borg requires extensive resources. The one before you at the moment is significantly less work, and Councillor Green is correct. It would all of the funding allocations would have been discussed during the upcoming budget process. So I think Councillor Borg's intention here is to put something on the public record sooner rather than later, and not wait for the budget process, I'm assuming, but that question would have to be directed to Councillor Borg.
Councillor Borg, did you want to add anything to that question? To the question? No?
No, just that obviously, you know, the funding hasn't been received yet, but the funding has already been allocated, and I would be interested to know what it's allocated to. So that's why I've got the question there.
Would the seconder like to say anything to this? No? Is there anyone wanting to speak against it? Councillor Lansbury.
Not speak against it, sorry, no, Mr. Mayor. I just actually had a question for the General Manager, if that's okay. Ms. Connolly, I think you just said that during the budget briefings, we will be provided with a breakdown of what the funding has been recommended by council officers to allocate it to. Will those budget briefings, they won't be completed by the March council meeting, will they?
Mr. Mayor, for clarity, council has already allocated some of this money towards the Mortdale Town Centre upgrade, for example. So the staff put in a series of proposals and were awarded the 1.4 million and have allocated those funds to projects that are in council's capital works program. As part of the usual budget process, councillors will be shown where that money has been successful and what capital programs they've been put it against, as an example. But councillors need to understand some of this money has already been allocated by resolution of council towards other projects.
Is there any further discussion? As there is no further discussion, I'll put it. I think we'll have to go around again.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll start with your vote, please, on NM013.
The modified form. Yeah.
Sorry.
I'll support the motion.
Paul, thank you. Councillor Borg.
For the motion.
Councillor Elmia.
For.
Councillor Green. Councillor Jamieson. Against. I got against for Councillor Green. Sorry, Councillor Jamieson.
For.
Oh, sorry.
For, thank you. Councillor Konjarski.
I'm against the motion.
Councillor Lansbury.
For.
Councillor Liu.
For.
For, thank you. Councillor Marnie.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Mort.
For the motion.
Councillor Smerdley.
For the motion.
Councillor Stratokopoulos.
For the motion.
Councillor Symington.
For the motion.
Councillor Teague.
For the motion.
And Councillor Wang.
For the motion.
That's 13 votes for and 2 votes against.
Keep Australia Beautiful, Beautiful Sustainable Cities Award, Councillor Natalie Maud. We dealt with this earlier. Okay, that's okay. So, amendments to Code of Reading Practice and Reporting of Questions Without Notice. Councillor Elise Ball, notice of motion 15-22.
Yeah, I wish to withdraw that motion, please, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. That's been withdrawn. Reporting on commercial properties and premium facilities leasing arrangements. Councillor Ball, notice of motion 16-22.
Yes, I wish to move that motion with an amendment which has been supplied to the council officers. It's up on the screen.
Can we have it read out, please? Yes.
I'll read this for councillors.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The motion reads that a confidential report be presented to council twice annually that includes details of the lease and licence agreements of council's premium facilities. The report is to include the same properties plus Norm O'Neill Cricket Centre and the same details as are included in Table 6 sporting facilities in Report FIN 016-19, which incorporates the following information: property, name of current agreements, hirer or club, agreement, monthly revenue, annual revenue, comments.
Councillor Marnie. Okay. Councillor Borg, would you like to talk to your motion?
Yes, please. Yes, councillors, these are some of council's largest and most high profile assets, and I believe councillors should be informed of who is operating each asset and what revenue each asset is returning to the council. This is a report that used to be provided to councillors back in 2019 and is no longer provided. So this is just a motion to reinstate this important report so councillors are informed of what's happening with council's premium facilities. I hope you can support the motion.
Thank you, Councillor Borg. Councillor Marnie, did you want to talk to it as a seconder? Does anyone want to speak against the motion? Okay, did you want to write a reply, Councillor Borg? Oh, Councillor Mayor.
Can I speak? I'm just trying to find it. Sorry, Mr. Mayor. But the original motion, do we still have it there? Sorry, I'm trying to find it as well.
I can it's not up on the screen, but I can read it for you.
Thank you.
The original motion that the General Manager organise a councillor briefing within the next 4 to 6 weeks so that information can be presented to councillors on the current regular quarterly reporting of council properties, which is to include, but not limited to, council's commercial properties and council's premium facilities.
Thank you, Ms. Thornton.
So, sorry, Mr. Mayor, I'll just, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to move an amendment to what Councillor Borg has got up there as her amendment to her original motion and move her original motion, because I think that's probably best practice in terms of processes, that we get a briefing, get given the information, and then we can go from there.
If you want to move the amendment based on what Ms. Thornton has said, so you're saying that we replace the current Councillor Borg motion with her previous original motion.
Yes, I'll amend it to go back to her original motion.
Well, how about I just ask Councillor Borg if she's happy with that? Councillor?
No,
Sorry?
no, I don't accept the amendment. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
So what was that? You don't accept it?
No, I'd like to keep the amendment that I've made.
Well,
please.
the amendment's not accepted. So if you want to put the amendment, Councillor Elmere puts the amendment, and we need a seconder to that amendment. Councillor Smedley. Okay. Sorry? Sorry, I didn't hear you. Yeah, okay. I was going to. Councillor Elmere, did you want to speak to your amendment?
Mr. Mayor, I think that the points that I wanted to make, I'll reserve my right of reply, but the points I wanted to make were very brief, and as I mentioned earlier, this is probably the better process, and I think we should go down that path.
The seconder, does he want to speak to the amendment? Okay. Speak against the amendment, Councillor. Is there a question?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, to the General Manager. According to the original amendment, which has now become the motion, there was the sporting facilities grant was provided. Can the General Manager advise why that was is no longer provided?
Mr Mayor, Councillor Green is correct. Previously, premium facilities were reported as part of the quarterly community report. They were reported quarterly, and then that was subsequently replaced with a annual report on the profit and loss of each premium facilities. The reason that was done is because all of our premium facilities are subject to a long-term lease or management agreement. The income to council does not change on a monthly or an annual basis. So once that lease or hire agreement is entered into and the council resolves to accept that hire agreement or lease, then pretty much nothing changes from year to year. So as an example, the Hurstville Aquatic Leisure Centre management agreement is for, I'm going to say 5 years, approximately, 3-year management agreement with an option. And the income and the return to council does not change. That is the same with the Norm O'Neill Cricket Facility. It is the same with St Susie Pool. It is the same with the synthetics agreements. So these agreements are relatively static once they are entered into. Hence, the council moved away from quarterly reporting because there was absolutely no change every time the report went up every quarter. So the staff were producing reports that were identical from quarter to quarter. The only interruption we've had to that arrangement was through COVID, when we provided some rental relief. So obviously across all of our premium facilities, our income went down. But now we are out of that, hopefully we are out of that situation where our income has been impacted, and we will return to business as usual, which means from year to year, the income received from these facilities will be as per the original contract and hire agreement, and it will not change. So reporting quarterly or 6 monthly or month to month is a moot exercise, Councillor Green, because the numbers don't change from year to year. So hence, I think it was Councillor Hindi and Councillor Badalati moved an annual profit and loss statement so the councillors could see from a policy perspective how those assets were performing in their portfolio. So that's why we don't do the quarterly reporting anymore, because it's simply a waste of resources and time.
I just want to ask a question. I can't read it, as I said. What is the cycle that Councillor Borg is asking? Is it quarterly? Is it? I can't remember. So it's 6 monthly. So that to the general manager, a 6 monthly report would just add another line item to the report. I can't see.
It's unlikely that anything would change from 6 monthly, and if it did, it would have changed in between through council awarding a new hire agreement or a new management agreement or a new lease to one of our premium facilities, and that information would have come before the council to be voted on and would have been published on the public record in any case. So if there was a change made for a new contractor or a new lease was entered into, that would be reported to the council in any instance. So the only change from 6 months to 6 months would be if council entered into a new lease with anyone at any of our premium facilities. Otherwise, the report would remain static.
Would there be any major resourcing issue with this? Just putting it in the report.
Mr Mayor, the resourcing issue with twice annually would be obviously the production of another report for councillors by staff who are already stretched. As you're aware, this is another operational requirement which is on the paper tonight that the unions have expressed grave concern over. We've had representations, well, you have had representations and myself from the unions regarding the amount of operational reporting on staff and the fact that our resources are already stretched. So my hope is that the council avoids resolving anything that requires the diversion of our existing resources, which are already stretched, towards reporting where really there will be no change from 6 months to 6 months.
Well, when would the councillors, just as a further question, when would the councillors get that information during the year? If there's change, if there's, when would the council, councillors be informed that this is the lease, this is the amount of the lease? When do they get that? Sorry? No. I'm asking the General Manager the question.
Mr Mayor, the councillors get that information when they initially enter into any lease for a premium facility. That is a resolution that is always made by council, and then if anything changes in the intervening period, most of these leases are for long term. So understandably, the initial report comes to council on the initial lease and the amounts are reported to council and published, and then nothing usually changes for 3 to 5 years. So we would be reporting every quarter or every 6 months on the operations of facilities where the hirer doesn't change, the number of current agreements doesn't change, the agreement itself wouldn't change, the revenue wouldn't change, and there would be unlikely to be any comments that would change from report to report. So that information, as I said, would only change if council entered into a new agreement. Other than that, sorry, Ms. Mayor, other than that, it is reported annually as part of the profit and loss and the financial statements.
Well, we've got a number of new councillors here, and I think if I count them, there's about 8. I think it's 8 or 7, something like that. They haven't been involved in anything in the past. Maybe they want to be brought up to date. Is there any way we can bring them up to date? If there's any changes,
yes, Mr. Mayor,
then you can report the changes.
That will be done as usual as part of the annual budget process, where we go through all of the income that is received from our commercial properties and premium facilities, and those details are provided to council.
Would that to follow up question, would that be provided through a nomination of the item? Like, it's not going to be just a general.
Mr. Mayor,
would each individual item be nominated? That's, I understand. I just want to make it clear to them.
Mr. Mayor, the income received from every separate premium facility is always reported separately as part of the budget briefing process.
When do you think that information in terms of the budget will be coming forward to the new councillors?
Mr. Mayor, the budget briefings start, I think, in about 2 weeks' time, 3 weeks' time.
So we'll get that
the first of our annual budget briefing process is 5 briefings, and they always start in March.
But could that, sorry, I'm going to go ask those questions because I want to clarify a few things. So they'll be within the first budget briefing, will we get that information that's been requested here?
Mr. Mayor, I cannot guarantee it'll be the first, it'll be in one of the 5.
Okay.
Normally our first budget briefing is the budget strategy, followed by fees and charges, followed by capital, followed by operation, followed by long-term financial plan. But I'm not planning the briefings. Our Director of Business and Corporate Services will be planning them, but he's pretty traditional in the way that he presents the briefing, so I'm sure it'll probably be in briefing number 4.
I've got here Councillor Green.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I certainly agree that the Director will do very good presentations. There's no doubt about that. Can I just clarify through you, Mr. Mayor, to the General Manager, with regards to the amendment, I understand that the basic content of any proposed briefing that could take place in the next 4 to 6 weeks will, 1, either have just taken place now, or 2, take place in one of the 5 budget briefing sessions that will occur during March. So in that regard, the amendment of Councillor Elmere seems somewhat redundant. And secondly, the original amendment or motion of Councillor Ball, also just to clarify that information will in fact be provided in those briefings as part of the annualisation of figures that won't change either monthly, quarterly, biannually, but will be provided to us annually. Just confirming that.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that is correct. That information will be provided in the upcoming briefings.
Mr. Mayor, if I could just speak for a minute, I'm happy to withdraw the motion if the properties are itemised as you mentioned in the budget briefings.
Well, I think we've got the answer to that. I think the General Manager has indicated that they will be coming. It might not be in the next 2 weeks or 4 weeks, 6 weeks. It'll come. So you can actually, if you don't My understanding is, my experience has been, if you don't get the information you want, you request it.
So if everything's been withdrawn, Mr. Mayor, do we go to the next motion?
Sorry, Council. Yes.
So do we go now to the next motion? Everything's withdrawn. I'll withdraw if Councillor.
Well, Councillor Borg says that she is withdrawing it.
Yeah,
so we'll go to the next motion. Yeah. Thank you, Councillor Borg. Delegations to the General Manager. Councillor Borg. Notice of motion 1722, delegation to the General Manager. Could you?
Yes, I'd like.
Borg, you're moving that
with the amendment on the screen.
The seconder.
Yeah, I'll second it.
So you're Councillor Marnie, thank you. Again, well, once it's up, could you please read it out, Ms. Thorne?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll read out the amended words that Councillor Borg has provided to staff earlier today. The General Manager provides a report to the March 2022 Finance and Governance Committee meeting for councillors to review all of the delegations to the General Manager in accordance with Section 380 of the Local Government Act, which states that each council must review all its delegations during the first 12 months of each term of office.
Yeah, and I'm happy to amend the March to April as per the advice from the General Manager in the pre-meeting briefing.
I've just spoken to the General Manager, Councillor Borg, and she indicates that she would prefer May. April to May is not a big deal. So what's your opinion on this?
Yeah, I mean, I've looked at the previous time the delegations were done, and it was just a 2-page report with a 2-page attachment. So I don't anticipate, and from feedback from the General Manager, the delegations haven't changed substantially since they were done in September 2018. So I'm hopeful that the report won't take a huge amount of time to prepare for the April council meeting.
So you're not accepting the May? You're not happy?
Well, I guess the question to the General Manager is,
yeah,
is it an extensive task to put that report together based on what was done in September 2018?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, it is. Whilst the end report may only be a 2-page report with delegations, what sits behind it is around thousands of delegations for the staff that are reviewed prior to the General Manager's delegations being finalised. So there is a significant amount of work behind the scenes with the thousands of delegations that span out into the organisation, which culminate in the General Manager's delegation. So the review starts from the bottom up, if you like, in terms of the currency of the current delegation. So it is certainly a lot more work than just a couple of pages required. So my preference is, if the council would consider this request, is for us to get through the budget process in March and April, and then consider something later towards the end of the financial year when the Finance and Governance team has finished their budget preparation.
Can I ask a question? Just confirm, Mr. Mayor, through you to the General Manager. I note the work of the Finance and Governance team in who will be required to produce this report in terms of the budget processes, and you say that's March and April, but there'll still be significant work required because there's community consultation to take place in May, and the budget itself is not brought down until June, so there'll be background work taking place in that regard. Wouldn't it be a better task for the Finance and Governance team to take this on in July?
Mr. Mayor, before I answer Councillor Green's question, could you please ask the councillor to move an extension of time for the meeting?
Yes, so it's past 11 p.m. and we need a motion to move the extension to 11:30. Who's moving it?
I'll move it.
Councillor LD's moving it.
Yeah.
Can we have a seconder? Councillor Konjowski. All those in favour say aye. Those against say no. I declare it carried. Now keep going.
Mayor Catras, I'm happy to amend it to May as per the General Manager's original request. The report be provided to the May Council Finance and Governance meeting.
So it's been amended to May. The seconder has the right of response. Not the right of.
That's fine.
Yeah, you're okay. Okay. Someone against this? Question? Yeah. Sorry.
Mr.
Your
Mayor, just to return to Councillor Green's question before the procedural motion regarding wouldn't it be better to delay it past the budget process at the completion? Yes, it would. But if there's some urgency for this report, which there seems to be, we could prepare it in May. However, the Finance and Governance team will finish their major task in the budget prep, obviously, come the June meeting. But yes, they will be considering submissions through May and writing reports in June.
Sorry, I might have missed something. Could I have a question, Mr. Mayor? That's all right.
Is it?
Yes.
Yeah. Councillor Jamieson, please.
Yeah, I was just going to ask, because we're so new and it's going to take us a while, could we just get a copy of what the delegations were from last term? Is that what you're saying? When was it? 2018? So we can start sort of understanding it. Would that be a problem?
General Manager.
It's just like a report, yeah.
Mr. Mayor, as the director's comment in the report says, the list of delegations is on the website. They have not been changed since September 2018. So, Councillor Jamieson, that information is available on the website already. If you refer to the director's comment, you'll see the report number is stated in the response. So it's just a click of the mouse and you'll be able to find those delegations on the website. I don't think a separate report is required.
Thank you. Is there any more discussion on this? We've had people, we've had Councillor Borg speak for it. Do we want? Does anyone want to speak against it? Councillor Green.
Yeah, just briefly, to the Mayor. I just would speak against it only from the point of view, as it's been clearly outlined in the original motion. It is a responsibility of the council to look at these delegations from the OLG within 12 months. We've already just been informed that those delegations are freely available. People can see them. Is there an urgent need to review? No, the urgency is over 12 months. If the report is to come back in July and not put additional pressure on the Finance and Governance team, I don't see that that's an issue, Mr. Mayor, because it's well within the 12-month period. In fact, it's halfway through the 12-month period. I'll be fair, it's actually 7 months. But I think that's a fair and reasonable thing to do, as I say, without overburdening the Finance and Governance team and those of us who have been involved in any organisations that have a 30 June end of financial year and the preparation of accounts for that, and also the preparation of budgets for that, would well recognise the pressure that those good people are under. And as I say, I don't see there's that great need of urgency that we need to be putting them under that pressure when really July is 2 months later than May. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion on this? Okay, I think we'll have to go around the table.
Is there a...
Sorry? Did you write a reply for Councillor Borg if you wanted that, Councillor Borg?
I'm happy for you to put the motion, Mayor Catras, in the interest of time.
Just put the motion.
Is that with May or June?
I'll move an amendment. I'll move an amendment to the motion, and my amendment would be changing the word May to July.
Are you accepting that, Councillor Borg? July?
No, I don't accept it.
Okay, so we'll have to discuss it. Councillor Green? Sorry? Oh, second. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I got that. I got that a while back. Councillor Green, did you want to talk again about it?
I think I've made my points, and that's enough said.
Thank you. Councillor Konjowski, do you want to say anything?
Konjowski, not Konjowski.
Konjowski. Konjowski.
I'll reserve my right of reply.
Okay. Does anybody want to speak against the amendment? Okay, I'll put it. We're voting on the amendment going from May to July. I'm putting that. Ms. Thornton.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'll ask for your vote, please, on the amendment.
Against.
Councillor Borg.
Against.
Councillor Elmia.
For.
Councillor Green.
For.
Councillor Jamieson.
Against.
Councillor Konjowski.
For.
Councillor Lansbury.
Against.
Councillor Liu.
For.
Councillor Marnie.
Against.
Councillor Mort.
Against.
Councillor Smerdley.
For.
Councillor Stratokopoulos.
For.
Councillor Symington.
Against.
Councillor Teague.
For.
Councillor Wang.
Against.
7 votes for. 8 against.
We now go back to the original motion, which is to May, and I'll put it. I don't think there's any point of discussion. I think we'll have to do the table again.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Your vote, please.
For.
Councillor Borg.
For the motion.
Councillor Elmia.
For.
Councillor Green.
For.
Councillor Jamieson.
For.
Councillor Konjowski.
For.
Councillor Lansbury.
For.
Councillor Liu.
For.
Councillor Marnie.
For.
Councillor Mort.
For.
Councillor Smerdley.
For.
Councillor Stratokopoulos.
For.
Councillor Symington. Councillor Teague.
For the motion.
Councillor Wang.
For the motion.
That's unanimous, Mr Mayor.
The motion passed. Now we're going to go to Get New South Wales Active Grants Notice of Motion 018. 22, we're actually finishing the notice of motion. Councillor Lansbury, could we have you moving it, and could we have a seconder, please?
I believe Councillor Mort is seconding it.
Sorry?
I believe
Yeah.
that Councillor Mort is seconding it. Councillor Mort seconding
Oh, Councillor
I'm
Moore,
seconding
thank you.
Thank you.
Did you want to discuss this? Because I don't think we've got any.
Really quickly,
Yeah,
given the
if we
latency
could
of the
make it
hour.
quick, because we're- thank you.
Discussed about grant funding quite a lot tonight. This particular grant program came to my attention recently, and I think it's a really productive thing for our council to apply for, and our council officers know better than most that these things are very helpful when you want to get things done. As councillors may recall, we haven't had any money allocated in the budget for the last couple of years at least for new footpaths. There's only been funding allocated for repairs. And I, for one, have been approached many, many times about a number of different locations. And I did actually mention Bunyala Street in this particular motion, and also around the corner in Borgar Street. And if council was successful in obtaining this funding, it would be very helpful, because these are the sorts of things that we, would love to be able to afford to spend the money on, but we haven't been able to allocate the funding. That's what grant funding is for. So councillors, I just would commend this motion to you and ask for your support. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lansbury. I'm actually going to put it. All those in favour say aye. No one's against. Declared it unanimously. I'm going to questions with notice. They are as they stand. No discussion. Unless you've got a question, I suggest you put that question back in the business paper for next month. Yes.
Mr Mayor, given the fact that we have two speakers tonight in relation to the Mortdale and Beverly Hills master plans, I'm going to take on board your comments about moving forward, and I do have a couple of questions of the directors. So just for the benefit of the speakers earlier tonight, their comments were well heard, and I'll take them up with the director.
Okay. Councillor Lansbury, I appreciate that. We're going to move into closed session. Could we deal with that. Can we
Mr.
have a
Mayor, I've
motion to move
received-
into closed session?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I've received no representations as to why council should not move into closed session and exclude members of the press and public. I've had no objections from the public gallery either this evening to move into closed. So we now require a procedural motion to move into closed.
Yeah, could I have something?
Move it.
Councillor Green, seconder.
Seconded.
Councillor O'Neill, all those in favour say aye, all those against say no. We're going into closed session. Could we,
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We'll just
deal with
need
it?
a couple of moments to stop the broadcasting.
Yes, could we, please?
Oh, and we're back live. Councillors, it's 12:06 a.m. We now need a resolution from the closed session. Well, the resolution from the closed session is now going onto the screen, and we need to have it received and noted as a resolution of council without any alteration or amendment thereto.
Yeah, move that way.
Councillor Green moved.
I'm seconding.
Councillor Elmere seconded. Call the vote.
Okay, so sorry, I'm not hearing who it is. Okay, so we've adopted that, and now I think we're closing the meeting. Is that correct? Oh, we need to vote on that. Sorry, I can't hear anything.
Apologies, councillor, there's a bit of feedback. We need to vote on the procedural motion to adopt the results of the closed session. Can we please vote?
So all those in favour?
Aye.
Against? Okay, we declare that carried.
Close the meeting.
Now we can close the meeting at 12:07 a.m. and thank you, councillors, for your attendance.
Thank you.